My lovely, lovely, lovely imps, how are you doing today? Aska, Cheeto, Jessica Metal, Intentions Nasty, Uncle Gumball, Pistol Cakes, Mika Meow, Tronsler, Carbon Cold, Twos, Pan Sabi, Gayfesh, Grouchy Ash, Furcifer, Jessica Metal, Jazz Dog, Session, Beetle Knickknacks, Possum, Intentions Nasty, Ijaka, Sophie, Punky Gal 90, and from the YouTube chat we have Zero Divisor, Remy Starlight, Falmer Flamingo, Any Truly Disappointed, Ron's KFC, David, Lillian, Stephanie, Kita B Fox, I'll read what he's reading, Ivy Evans, Satan's Underling, excuse me, Rich Wallace, Discordant Vole, Emily Ganguly, Ornate Letter Opener, Any, Vines, Posadas John, Lady Calgana, Comrade Kira, Jack Paul Satra, Witch Night Melody. I think we got everybody. Brina, Lady Calgana, 10-letter name, Punk Corpse, and Louis Boy, Steel System. There we go. Okay, there we go. There we go. What is the design on this jacket? Oh no, I'm gonna forget it. It's, oh no, hold on. It's, oh, what's it called? Wait, Gynotype was here? Tell me again, remind me what it is. I forgot it already. There we go, there's the link. Gynotype in YouTube, in site chat, just typed it in there. It is a Gloomy Low, there we go. I brain farted on it. It is Gloomy Low in partnership with Four Eyes. Do I need some water? No, actually, we are just in a smoke zone. So if my voice sounds hoarse, it's because for the last week, we have been living in an apocalyptic wasteland that kills you to go outside. As in, literally, your throat will hurt. So, yeah. It sucks. The AQI is horrible. You watch DM Mama for the fit recommendations? Well, thankfully, I am able to get a lot of cool fit recommendations from Gynotype. My partner, Gynotype, who occasionally appears in chat, but whatever, often gets really cool outfits, and if I like them, I will ask, can I show it off on stream? So this is a Gynotype locate. Gynotype got this one. It says hentai till I die, and it has eyeballs on it. And if you want to see the back, hold on a second, take a look at this. Here you go. Hold on. Wow. So there you go. It's pretty cool, huh? Pretty fucking sick, huh? But now it's time for me to take off the hood. Actually, the hood is pretty cozy. I'm not gonna lie. It's cold, but it's apocalyptic out. So, you know, oh God, yeah. So let me just tell you a couple things real quick. First of all, if you are here, please press like on the stream. I would absolutely love to have you like my stream. And if you're not subscribed, you should be. Subscribing to Demon Mama is about the closest thing you can do to a proletarian revolution. So you should do it. That's just how it goes, you know? Because, you know, we're all about that proletarian revolution here. That's the type of channel we are all about. Yeah. If you guys have been wondering where I've been away since like last Friday. Normally I stream more frequently than that. But two things happened. First of all, the air was really bad, so my throat has been really sore. But secondly, I actually hurt my back, unfortunately. So today's the first day that I've been able to sit back like in my computer chair for long periods of time. So, as you guys know, well, not all of you, but as some of you know, some of my long-term viewers, unfortunately, I hurt my back a couple years ago, and sometimes it gets really badly re-agitated. And sometimes I don't even know how it happened. And this was one of those times where I woke up one morning and my back was hurting really, really bad, and I couldn't sit up in my chair for long periods of time, and so I didn't. I went and did other things. I walked around, I sat down, I lounged down on the couch where I didn't have to be in an upright position, a bunch of stuff. Yeah, it kind of sucks, but you know what? It's not that big of a deal, and I can't complain. Even though I was in a lot of pain for a couple of days, it's not that big of a deal. My life is not as hard as it could be. So, yeah. Yeah, so, and I'm doing better now. I'm feeling better right now. So that's why I'm streaming. I'm very excited to be here. We have a lot of stuff to talk about. Just as a warning, in light of the fact that I did hurt my back very recently and it's only just starting to feel better, I will probably be doing a slightly shorter stream tonight. Just keep that in mind. You know, not that that's gonna, you know, whatever. Vigorous copulation injury, not this time, unfortunately. Oh yeah, my birthday. It was my birthday recently. It was pretty uneventful. We just kind of hung out and my back hurt, so I just kind of played a bunch of video games at home. But it was pretty chill. Yeah, so it was my birthday recently though, which is kind of cool. Yeah, thank you. When is my birthday? It is October 17th. It's pretty cool. So thanks. Yeah, oh, I'm ancient. I'm an ancient evil. That's what you know about me. I predate the modern world. You know this. Yeah. Happy B-Day. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Oh yeah, the balloons are on Twitter. That's right, it does that. Wow, that's awesome. Thank you, Lady Kelgon. I appreciate that a lot. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I guess. See, I'm not really into the whole horoscope thing, but yeah, somebody says Libra gang. Yeah, as far as I understand, that's where I'm at. If my energy seems a little bit lower than usual, it's because of the deathly smoke outside and the you know, the having just come out of being in pain. But anyway, whatever. We're gonna have fun, so it's all good. Watch this. What is this? What have you sent me? I don't know what that is, but thank you. Ron's KFC, happy belated birthday. Get well soon. Don't push yourself tonight. I won't, don't worry. We have a bunch of really fun and also really stupid things to talk about tonight, but that's okay. We're gonna talk about it. Another year older, when does the demon grandmama arc begin? Whenever I fucking want it to. When I go gray, then I will become an even more ancient evil. A toxic fume hotbox? It is fucking ridiculous. Just so you guys know, yo, 10-letter name with the $75. Holy shit, 10-letter name. Thank you so much. The Demon Mama Back Pain Fund. Thank you, deeply appreciate it. Pansabi with the $10. Thank you so much, deeply appreciate it. Thank you so much. Unironically, deeply appreciate it. Thank you all so much. You know, it's been a slow year this year, but that's okay. It's not really been a slow year. It's just kind of felt like one. So thank you all very much, genuinely, unironically. Thank you all so much. That's really fucking kind of you. That happens sometimes. 85D2D Derek bodies are weird. Are you my new plug? Huh? For what? For poison? Yo, thank you. Thank you very much. How's my time perception? Would you like to know? I had to go take out some trash, and I was shocked by how fucking hazy it is. The foghorns were blaring last night. I could hear them from the sound while in bed. Yeah, it's fucking messed up. It's fucking messed up. So, the other day, my area was the 5th worst city for air quality in the entire world. I'm not kidding you. In the entire world, my city, my area was the number 5 worst spot. When I say it looks like all I'm gonna say is that when I stayed in the other day to sit on my couch and play Pathologic Classic HD it felt not that different from just going out my front door. There was a little bit less people throwing knives at me and a little bit more actually hacking myself to death. Brawlerella says the what's this happy People happy? Is that people happy? Happy birthday! I've been stuck in my room with my air purifier for the last week. Western Washington has the worst air quality in the US right now. I know, it sucks. I did Posadas John, but I have to watch it again to refresh my memory. I did watch it though. It looks really interesting. I woke up to this morning. I hope you enjoy it too. Oh, is this a picture? What's this? What is this? Is this a... Wait a minute, this is the Goof Troop movie. I can't play that. That'll get me sussied. I would watch the Goof Troop, but I can't. It's pretty bad in northwestern Oregon. That's what I've heard. Southern or western Washington and Oregon is like completely screwed. It sucks. What happened to make it so bad? Forest fires. Lots and lots of forest fires. And basically the way that it works is all of the smoke from all of the local forest fires pools up right around this area, and then there's no rain because we have had an incredibly dry summer, and we are now into having an incredibly dry fall as well, which really sucks. So that means basically we had a prolonged fire season, and now we are having a late smoke season. Now, if we get rain this coming weekend, we should get a break from the smoke, but we have the predictions for rain just keep getting pushed out further and further. Last weekend, we were supposed to get a bunch of rain, which would clear the smoke, and we got a very tiny bit of rain, and then the smoke came right back. It sucks. It really, really sucks, okay? Yeah, we are like, the West Coast is incapable of handling the fire problem. And it even affects people who don't live in the immediate fire area. Like, for example, I don't live in the immediate area that is at risk of a wildfire. However, I do live in an area that all of the smoke goes to. So, it sucks. Yeah, it sucks. It's to the point where, like, I went out to run errands the other day, and my head hurt so bad that I just went back home. Like, we just did, like, the minimal amount of errands possible, and all of us got headaches, and we just went back home. I live in Seattle. It sucks. Actually, let me see. The current AQI, the current AQI is 180, which is 180 is members of the general public may experience notable health effects. Members of sensitive groups will experience more serious health effects. That's the air quality in my area right now. That's how bad it is. It's literally, it's basically like currently, if you spend time outside and away from air purifiers right now, you're subjecting yourself to basically like standing next to a factory and breathing in the smoke. It's terrible. It's terrible. It's more than that, Aaron Lopez. Aaron Lopez says, I remember reading a study that stated that bad air quality can reduce your lifespan by 2 years. It's more than that. If you live in an area that has chronically bad air quality, it's a force multiplier because you're breathing that air in constantly. And also, I'm not gonna say I'm not like guilty of other things. I smoke weed. Like, that's not good for my lungs either. But it's like, I don't know, man. But like, smoke is like, you smoke it for a few seconds and then you're done. Anyway, whatever. Anyway, let's not doom out about the air quality too much, okay? Because there's lots of other things to talk about. For those of you who know, for those of you who don't know, I should say, the first 35 to 40 minutes, sometimes an hour of my stream is when I warm up with my chat. We talk about random things. I don't talk usually about the subjects that is going to determine the topic for the day. We just hang out and I warm up my voice. I usually talk about my life. Sometimes I give like random life updates and stuff like that. Sometimes I talk about shit that's been going on in my personal life. Whatever, stuff like that. Did you see the new Halloween movie? I have not seen it yet. I will check it out. Bird update. I can tell you a small bird update, but it's not all that exciting. There's been no update on the bird war. However, we have had all of the local crows have been hanging out in our yard the last 2 days, which is really cute. And we actually spotted a crow climb on our neighbor's roof, pull away a rock, and then get a snack out from underneath the rock. It has a hidden cache on our neighbor's roof. It was really cute. We were able to watch the crow literally go in, remove its little top, grab something from inside, put the top back on, eat the thing, and then fly away. It's so cute. It was so adorable. Did you ever play any of the Persona games? Only a very little bit. Somehow I missed most of the Persona series, but I did play a little bit of Persona 3 HD Remake on stream. Did you know that crows also eat rocks to aid with digestion? Yeah, lots of birds actually do that. Lots of birds eat small pebbles because they have this little pouch in their guts that the rocks help them grind up food and stuff. It's interesting. Gastroliths. Yeah, that's what it is. Did I mean to end stream? I don't think I ended stream, did I? What? Did I end stream? No? Why did somebody say that? I'm live, it's your end. That's not me. It's not me. YouTube isn't being shitty today, or at least it isn't yet. Whatever. The gizzard, that's right, the gizzard. Anyway, whatever. Favorite green fictional character? Well, that's easy. Hold on, I could show you my favorite green fictional character. Hold on, this is easy. This is an easy one. Some of you already know the answer. Smart people will know the answer. Smart folks will know this answer immediately. Here we go, ready? What you see will surprise you. All right, nobody's guessed it so far. Somebody should know which character is my favorite character who is green. Artemi Burak! How could you guys miss that? How could you guys? It's the obvious one. It's the thing I talk about all the time. For real? For real? He is green. He wears green. Look, green. Most of his design is green, and he notably has green eyes. Nobody specified that his skin had to be green. His predominant colors are his green eyes and his green clothes. Sorry, guys. You all didn't think about the question hard enough. 10-letter name with the 15 tier 1 subs. Thank you so much. Still a lot of right names. Get that wine raccoon to pour me a drink. Indeed, have a drink from the wine raccoon. I'm just being autistic. This is bullying. I did not underthink the question. Oh my God. What if you know what? You all were being ableist. You didn't even think, what if I was red, green, colorblind? You fucking assholes. Mr. Krabs with the $5. Here's a funny meme I found today. Also, apparently the quivering said the N-word hard R on a live stream that was deleted. Oh, that doesn't surprise me. Not even like a little bit. All right, this is a 21-second meme. All right, we're gonna judge your meme. Let's judge your damn meme. Hold on, I gotta get rid of this message here. Hold on. Boop. There we go. Let's judge the meme.
The hot tub's too hot!
This should be just a fun time between us.
It's not fun when it's so hot!
I have an abbreviated disc, okay? I've got to sit in that tub at 111 degrees for at least 8 minutes a day, okay? I'm sorry.
Wow. Wait, that was really good. Like, I don't get all of the references because I haven't played a Kirby game in 100 years, but I like it. But I like it. Impressive. Well done, Mr. Krabs. Well done. Today, you got a meme that I enjoyed. Actually, to be honest, your memes are usually of relatively high quality. I just don't always know what they're talking about. Silent Hill 2 remake confirmed. Yeah, but isn't it gonna be like a pachinko game or something? It was Kirby memes with other memes layered into it. Yeah, I know. There's been like 16 Silent Hill 2 remakes as a pachinko machine. Kirby stream for Christmas? Listen, I'm trying to make sure that my back is in condition so that I can do the Halloween stream. Let's not fucking worry about Christmas yet. Are you fucking kidding me? It's not even, it's just barely past halfway through October. Why are you thinking about Christmas already? Are we? Is this really where we're at as a society and as a people and as a species? Keep up, time moves fast. Not that fast. Trust me, I am well aware of the flowing of time. Where are the Christmas emotes? They're in my ass. Fuck you. Christmas. Look, I love Christmas. You all know I love Christmas. I had a fucking big ass Christmas tree with pompo ornaments on it in the past. You know I love Christmas, but this shit, this is wrong. This is not giving, this is Christmas, like Christmas imperialism. You have to give the other holidays their goddamn space. What are you trying to erase Halloween's time? Halloween already doesn't get enough time. Yes, exactly, Infernatrix Sophia. Infernatrix Sophia says, there is no war on Christmas. Christmas is the aggressor, and it's eaten 2 months already. Only the skeleton warriors are stopping them from imperializing the rest of the year. You are literally so correct. You don't know how true that is. That is almost one of the truest things that has ever been uttered in my chat. You might say, oh, well, they're just decorations. Aren't we all trapped up in the ever bubbling, ever roiling madness of consumerist holiday consumption? And I would say yes. And it is the skeletons. It is only the stalwart truth of the skeleton that is what keeps the stores full for long enough to not be Christmas all year round. Maybe a little bit of credit goes to the Easter Bunny because people really like stuffed bunnies and they really like candy. Other than that, you're fucked. What, you guys think that like Memorial Day is gonna, you want like a bunch of like military Punisher skull themed fucking Coca-Cola cans and shit? That doesn't have a chance. It is only the skeletons and perhaps maybe a little bit the Easter Bunny, just a tiny bit, that is protecting us. Santa would be ashamed. You are making Santa ashamed. Do you think that Santa would approve of the never-ending frozen march of Christmas to take over the year? Because it's not Christmas that's taking over the year. It's only the consumerist aspect. The gift-giving of Christmas still remains. The joyous togetherness of Christmas still remains. But 2 months prior, the only reason why you need to be thinking of Christmas 2 months in advance, there's 2 reasons actually. One is you're planning an epic level gift for somebody, and that obviously is okay. The only other reason is because somebody's got a buck to make off of selling you Christmas-shaped fucking bullshit and remakes of a Christmas story. Or I should say sequels, prequels to A Christmas Story. Chat, I'm disappointed. By the way, if you're here and you've been having fun so far, please press like on the stream. We have 240 active viewers, which is poggers, but we only have 132 likes. So likes are free, and if you're even having a little chuckle, I'd appreciate your likes. Did you know that your likes literally always lead to a spike in new viewers? You can have more friends simply by pressing like on the stream on YouTube right now. And if you're not subscribed, you can have an even better time by pressing subscribe. I'm disappointed in who? I'm disappointed in like the vague conception of a Christmas imperialist that I definitely didn't just sort of invent in my mind in a tongue-in-cheek bit that I was doing on stream for your entertainment. Anyway. Yeah, unfortunately, wait a second, hold on a minute. Well, they're already pretty orange, actually. Oh my God, you're still trying to get me on the the fucking Mini Coopers? Okay, I have to take a minute. I know, you want to hear me rant about how bad Mini Coopers are, because they are bad. Now, maybe there is some racing modified Mini Cooper that's perfectly fine to drive, but okay? But I need to tell you this. Any person who goes to a Mini Cooper dealership, any living person who's not like some, you know, super niche, hyper historical Mini Cooper appreciator is gonna walk in to a Mini Cooper dealership and sit in the worst car that they've ever sat in their entire life. It is uncomfortable, it is ugly, it doesn't perform well, it feels like shit to drive, it has a big, stupid dinner plate looking clock in the middle because British people love nothing more than to get people killed on the highway. PT Cruisers are the like, they're like, you know, in Elden Ring, you know how like, wait a minute, nobody's gonna get this because nobody plays Elden Ring. Wait, everybody plays Elden Ring. You know how in Elden Ring, the first like major boss of the game is that guy who's got all the arms grafted onto him, and he keeps talking about how he's like, I'm the real heir, I have the blood of the gods. And it's true, the PT Cruiser does have the blood of the gods, the inbred, fucked up blood of the gods running in its veins. It is, the PT Cruiser only exists because of the sins of the Mini Cooper. He also has daddy issues. So does everyone who owns a PT Cruiser. You asked for this. You asked for this. So don't get mad when you hear my opinions on the Mini Cooper. I can't destroy the Mini Cooper industry because unfortunately there are a bunch of hogs that will line up for their slop and eat the worst cars, the worst, most expensive, overpriced, ugly cars that the world has ever produced. Joyfully, they'll just slurp it up like they're like it's fucked up. It's fucked up. At least it's not a Tesla. That's like eating a cheeseburger and saying at least it isn't a pile of cow shit. Saying at least it isn't a Tesla. What? No Vorpal replicate. No Vorpal replicate. Yes, I know. I know. The Bayonetta actress is a TERF. It sucks. Do you like plastic flowers as a gift? Sure. I mean, I guess it depends on what they look like. GR Yaris? I don't know anything about the GR Yaris. I've never gotten to drive one, so I can't say. Yeah, like a lot of people called her out. What's this? What's this? What have I seen this? What is this? Whoa! Is that real? Can we get a citation on that? Posadas John, what? Thoughts on the Lexus LFA? Okay, listen, Lexuses are comfortable cars to drive. That's all I'll say. That's all I'll say. Boy, today's gonna be a spicy one. Kamiya deleted his account over all the Bayonetta controversy? Good. Look, okay, everybody likes to meme about Kamiya, but it's actually really funny, okay? Kamiya is a grouchy old asshole, and he's one of the easiest guys to troll on the entire planet, and it shows. And he will forever be one of the easiest guys. Okay, you wanna know? Okay, ready everybody? Hold on, we're gonna take just a second, okay? I know that this has been a really frenetic and confusing intro for anybody who doesn't know that my stream is always crazy and frenetic. Just so you guys know, let me tell you a quick story about Kamiya that Kamiya has shared, okay? Kamiya is one of the like lead game developers for I don't remember what his position is these days, but at Platinum Games. So Beautiful Joe, Bayonetta, all that stuff. So one time a bunch of kids were on a field trip to Platinum Games offices, and Kamiya was showing them Beautiful Joe, and the children kept asking, why does he look like that? Why is his head so weird? Why does he look so weird? And Kamiya got so angry about the fact that these literal school children were were like were shitting on his game that he literally canceled the field day. He was like, fuck this, get these kids out of here. He literally threw the kids out. Which is, you say Chad, but that's also like, imagine getting so triggered by a bunch, you're like a grown man who's like in a fucking leadership position in a company and some kids made fun of your art style and you just lose your shit. You got beaten by fucking 6-year-olds. It is funny. I will say it's funny, but come on. If anyone made fun of my art, I'd cancel the field trip too. No, that's not how you do it. The real way, if anybody makes fun of your art, the real way that you own them forever is to hide a caricature of them in your art, but really, really well, and only make sure that only they know it, and then also make it so that anybody who claims otherwise, like if they try to claim that it's them, they look crazy. So you make a character and then you write them a letter and you say, I made this character about you, but you make it impossible for that letter to ever be proven back to you. Basically, if anybody ever criticizes your art, you should mass gaslight them until they go crazy. That was a joke, by the way. That's a joke. This is abusive? Yes, Nuts, that's the point. What are you, oh no. I know I did it, I was too deadpan. My delivery was too deadpan, oh God. The juicy stuff will be in a little bit. It's hard to watch both. Well, get good. Sounds like a skill issue. Sounds like a motherfucking skill issue. When's the Roblox stream? What do you mean by that? Oh, no. Arizona GOP candidate who said he wanted our children protected from the progressive left was arrested for masturbating outside of a preschool. I'm sorry, I fucked up. I'm really stressed. Bro! He was arrested on it's real! It's fucking real! I fucked up, he told an officer during his arrest, according to a police report. Guys, I've said this forever, but all of those people who make all those Republicans who make their entire life about protecting the children, they are always, the reason why they're so fucking loud about it is specifically because they are a fucking predator. Candy, sorry. You want me to talk about candy corn? Louis Boy says, also, Demon Mama, before I go, candy corn, tasty or fucking bullshit? It's fucking poggers, and you all know that I love candy corn. Candy corn is pog. Let's see here. Kaufman appeared to be looking at a cell phone in one hand. I immediately became alarmed as I saw that Kaufman had his pants down to mid-thigh and was exposed, showing his fully erect nude penis. Kaufman was manipulating his genitals in a masturbatory manner. The officer said Kaufman didn't seem to notice the police officer at first, but Kaufman was in view of a nearby bicyclist and a preschool where children were actively playing outside. When confronted, the officer said Kaufman apologized for the act. I'm sorry, Kaufman said. I fucked up. I'm just really stressed out. Kaufman, who told police he worked as an officer with the Arizona Department of Corrections for 27 years, said he didn't know there was a preschool just a few feet away. Are you going to put that in the report? The officer said that Kaufman asked him. Don't you see how alarming that is? The police officer responded that there are children nearby, people passing on bikes and in cars where they can look in and see what you're doing. In a Facebook post from May, Kaufman, the masturbator, said that he wanted our children to be protected from the progressive left. Bro, it is you who the children need to be protected from. It is you the children need to be protected from. Holy fuck. Relevant meme.
Are they making out? Let's go! Kiss him! Kiss him!
So what's he gonna do? Oh!
He's pulling his cock out!
I don't know. Wait.
Oh!
Are we on a 7-second delay?
Oh my
here?
god!
Wow.
That is real. He's pulling his cock out. True. He did. Hoffman, more like pedophile, man. Isn't it wild how every fucking protect the children conservative turns out to have like been masturbating on the roof of a preschool? Did it mention the porn he was watching? Oh, let me guess. It was interracial. Hold on. I didn't check if it said that he was, if they confirmed what type of porn he was looking at. Let's see. Does it say? No, it doesn't actually. I don't think. No, it doesn't say. It was probably, I don't know. I wish it did. Of course it probably was. It was interracial. It was. Oh, how did they prove that? No way. I mean, I would guess it. I mean, it makes sense. It's fucking, he's a fucking Republican. But come on. Oh boy. He admitted it? Oh no. Damn, the conservative double whammy. When the conservatives were gonna defend him, they were like, it's okay. He was just looking at child porn on his phone. And then they were like, ooh, they found out it was interracial, and all the Republicans were like, ooh, we can't defend him anymore. Fucking Republicans. Fuck Republicans. Straight up, every last one of them. Fuck them. Bro, that is so fucking ridiculous. Don't fuck Republic. Well, you know what I mean, obviously. The transcript. Oh, I can't do the transcript. That's just it. We've laughed at it. I don't need to dig into the really bad stuff. I mean, we already saw him be like, "Oh, sorry, officer." Bosch was right when he said everything conservatives accuse the left of is a confession. Yes. Yes. Yes, that is absolutely 100%, 1000% true. Remember, okay, conservatives, the world that conservatives want is a world in which arranged marriage is okay, okay? I'm not kidding you. A lot of conservatives believe in biblical marriage. They believe in arranged marriages. They believe in arranged marriages arranged when you are a minor. That is so prevalent in conservative cultural spaces. Now, the everyday conservative that you like bump into on the street who's like, yeah, I voted for Trump, that person isn't like that. But they wouldn't give a shit if the people that they vote for, like Donald Trump, fucking Lolita Express Donald Trump, was to put through something like that. When Donald Trump's chosen Supreme Court representatives are in support of things like that. It's a giant, they are constantly self-reporting. Do you guys remember fucking Matt Walsh? This just happened with Matt Walsh. Matt Walsh is super popular among Republicans. His movie is being quoted by Republicans all over the place. Matt Walsh did not back off his statements about child brides, about child impregnation. Matt Walsh has already been outed as a full pedo. They just don't care. That's the thing. They just don't care. Thank you, Vorbuddy. This is, God, why do I keep blanking on it? It's the Four Eyes and Moogie. God damn it. Why do I just had it here. Hold on. Why does this happen to me? Why does my brain work like this? Why do I forget things? 10 seconds. Here it is. Gloomy low. Here you go. It's right here. It's this. Sorry. There you go. Why does my brain do this to me? I hate it when that happens. Yeah, this is the meme. This is conservatives at every single time. Yeah, here, it's this meme right here. I'm not even gonna read this out. This is what they say. This is how they are. Conservatives. Oh boy. Yeah, he said that. That's a quote. I have that quote. I always have it on hand. I have the Matt Walsh ones on hand. I literally keep those in my folder just so I can fucking remind people. This one. Look, this is Matt Walsh, okay? This right here. I'm gonna play you a little Matt Walsh clip, okay? Hold on. Let's just let me just open this up real quick. All right? I'm gonna show you a Matt Walsh clip. There you go. There you go right there. Here you go.
I violate my kids' consent all the time.
Now the zoom in was edited, but everything else wasn't. This is from his video on consent, which let me tell you is worse than that clip would even give you an idea of. The entire video is about how he believes he should be able to force you to hug and kiss family members, whether you want to or not, and how that is the type of consent culture that should be promoted around children. Matt Walsh is incredibly popular among conservatives. When I say that the conservative party does not actually give a shit about children at all, they only use children as a bludgeon by which to advance their political agenda, a political agenda which historically includes child labor, child slavery, child impregnation. That was Gayfesh who did that edit, by the way. It was a very good zoom in. Keffel said to embrace chasers. Thoughts? I mean, doesn't it depend on the person? I think that tons and tons of people call people chasers without actually thinking about what that means. That sounds like a bait. I don't know. Yeah, it sounds like that's not what actually said, but whatever. Bosch is a chaser, but he's not a trans chaser. He's a horse chaser. Ah! Yeah, anyway. Was it my B-Day recently? It was my B-Day recently. Yes, it was, Somniostatic. Thank you very much. I know, Cooch Patrol Pooch. I wasn't, never mind, whatever. It is the 2-year anniversary of Imp Mother's Lullaby. What a great song. Let's look at the context. All right, let's do it. Here we go. There would be less incels if people were less transphobic. There's a lot of straight trans women out there eager to ride some dick. Y'all are just sleeping on that. That's where you got that from? It's just... People have such a demented relationship with Keffels. Literally not even close to what people said. Maybe because they're not... Oh, this is just... There's a ton of transphobes in here. Of course the internet is mad. I think a lot of the sentiment among many trans women lately of flippancy regarding chasers is the result of how chaser has become completely ruined as a word. Like, it used to be explicitly about people who fetishize trans feminine bodies but do not care about the women who inhabit them. But then it just started being used for anyone who expressed genuine appreciation for the trans feminine form for itself. I understand why it happened. There's a maladaptive confluence of internalization of the vilification of the trans feminine body with trauma responses. Yes, you're right. You're right. This is a very... I agree that you're correct. It's a little dense for me to read off on stream, but I will say you are correct. Yes, people basically this idea, there became a paranoia around anybody who finds trans people attractive, because most of the time, well, not most of the time, a lot of the time, especially in the past, trans people only existed like publicly via porn and via hypersexualization. So there was a for a long time, and even still to this day, there's a fuckload of people who basically just objectify trans women, and they're really turned on by the fact that a trans woman is a trans woman, as opposed to being a person, a whole person. And that is a real type of person that exists. That type of chaser is a very real type of person. But what ends up happening is that people just end up saying, oh, if you have appreciation for, or if you appreciate the beauty of a trans body, then that automatically makes you a chaser, when that's obviously not true. We know that there are people who are, I don't know, it's just people unwilling to look deeper and just having knee-jerk reactions on the moment, never actually thinking any deeper. Can you react to the... No. Wait, really? Is this a chaser rap? No. No. No, I won't. No, I can't cringe that much. I can't cringe. It's too cringe. That's a certain type of cringe. That would be inviting evil upon me. No, God, no. You know, I already had to react to one extremely cringe rap, okay? Somebody wrote an anti-Keffels rap. You really want me to react to this? Nuts, I'm gonna slap you. Oh my God. Won't this get me clapped anyway? Isn't this like an official thing? All right, fine, I'll react to it. Fine, fine, fine. Let's react to the chaser rap. Here we go. All right, fine.
Yes, sir, I mess with transgender. Oh, yes, sir, I mess with transgender. I'm not a homosexual, but I'm in love with your visuals. Tranny, they're gonna judge me laughing. What is a transgender?
I'm retiring. I'm retiring. Bye, everybody. Sorry, I'm done. I can't do this anymore. It was also really loud. But I just don't have anything to say. What am I supposed to say? It's pretty obvious what the... Like, it's pretty obvious what the problem is there, you know? Isn't it pretty obvious that this guy is like clearly hyper fetishizing a very specific type of person, and he wants every person that he compares every trans person to his sexual ideal? It seems fairly obvious. Also, it just sounds bad. Okay, it just sounds stupid. I would read out the Keffels rap, but I can't. It would actually kill me. Just know that it exists. Somebody wrote a rap about Keffels, and it basically goes like, yeah, Keffels is really bad. She's on the internet and she's really mad. That's basically, and just imagine that times like 8. Like 8 times over, and then you have it. It is so cringe. It actually fucking hurts me. Is it worse than that song? Yeah, it is. Oh, sorry. Hold on. Let me open it up. I was being distracted by this horrible nightmare that you sent to me. Hold on. Let me check my feed. A lot of apples with the gifted tier 1 sub. A lot of apples with another gifted tier 1 sub. And Mr. Krabs with the $5 with one more meme. All right. This is your last meme, and then we have to talk about everything else, okay? This is the last meme, okay?
Mario, Yoshi, I knew you'd come. Today you meet your doom. But don't worry, I'll make this quick.
Oh my God, he's getting huge. He's getting so big. Oh my God, he's too big. That's the storyline of every Super Smash Brothers game. That's the entire storyline of every Super Smash Brothers game. It's a fire ending, true. Oh, true! I've seen these elephants. Look at this thing. Look at these silly elephants. All right, this is the last meme. I lied. This is the last meme. Baby elephants don't know how to control their trunks, so they just swing them all over the place like they're crazy. They're just like, wah, wah, like a noodle. Elephant thrash. Is the music really there? Oh yeah, the music, that was the elephant was playing that. That was the, yeah, that was the elephant was actually playing that music. Oh, everybody's roasting each other in chat for getting the wrong song. Oh, thank you, RX Replicate. I appreciate that. Thank you. All right, everybody. One last time before we start the main content of the day, look at this. By the way, all of you who were here the last time I asked this, when we had only 132 likes on the stream, we now have 210 likes and we have 356 viewers. So you guys just adding 100 likes before literally brought us over 100 new viewers, which is really, this is why I annoy you about the likes. And if you're here now and you haven't liked, please press like, because the more likes that we get earlier on in the stream, the more viewers come by and the more people end up getting to have fun with all of us. So if you want more friends in chat, the best thing you can do is press like, and it also helps me keep my job. So, you know, press the like button on YouTube. And also, if you're not subscribed, you gotta subscribe. Oh my God, we got so much stuff. We've been dropping 2 videos a day. We've got new shorts that are coming out. We got a new short coming out in like 1 day that's been edited together by the amazing one and only Jazz Dog. You guys are gonna love it. It is hella memey. It's really good. So please like the stream. And we're gonna talk about, we have a couple of different things to talk about. We have a couple of different things to talk about. Morgwin, thank you very much. I deeply appreciate that. We have some interesting things to talk about. Hell yeah. Well, thank you all very much. I deeply appreciate it. The absolute ketamine dream that is having YouTube open in a second tab with a 0.2 second delay. Oh, you're telling me. If I accidentally open my own YouTube stream, I get my own voice on a delay, and then I get truly speech jammed. It's why I have to be really careful. I've done it to myself on stream, and you all laugh at me when it happens because it is funny. My voice I can't speak. I just go, it's bad. Anyway, it's been an hour and 5 minutes. We had a nice long warm-up period, but we have some stuff on the agenda to talk about today. For example, the title of the stream is, as you all know, Are Women to Blame? Talking about abuse, incels, and a bunch of other things. And the reason why I titled it that is because an age-old discourse has come to fruition in recent memory. So we're going to talk about it. We are going to talk about male loneliness. We're going to talk about whether women need to do more, whether men need to do more, whether it's a sociological issue, so we just think about it and only write it on paper, whether it's whether we need to have state mandated girlfriends. Obviously, no. Obviously, you fucking idiots. We're gonna talk about all that. And then, well, not then, and also, we're actually gonna talk about this other one first. And also, we're gonna talk about some drama that I've been involved in lately. Some of you may know that a while ago I made a video responding to one of the worst video essays that I've ever seen in my entire life, a hit piece that was done on a fellow streamer who I'm quite fond of, as you all know, who's a friend of mine by the name of Xander Hall, and this has come back up. And it's kind of relevant because there's been a lot of discussion about relationship abuse. There's been a lot of discussion about double standards. There's been a lot of discussion about, you know, whether you know, lying about somebody on the internet in an incredibly blatant way that gets called out by every single corner of the internet except for, you know, your friend group, if it's okay to keep defending somebody. There's a whole lot to talk about, okay? If you have that tweet, send it to me, Brim. I can always add it. Yeah, so we're gonna talk about a lot of stuff. And we're also, I'm not gonna talk about it tonight, but we are in the future, most likely going to be doing a segment talking about the Amaranth abuse situation. For those of you who are not in the loop on that, a very, 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 the most, one of, I think it, maybe not the most, but one of the most popular female streamers in the world, a streamer by the name of Amaranth, recently came out with a incredible amount of documentation about the sustained long-term abuse that was done to her by her husband and how the sort of Twitch environment interacted with that. And we're gonna talk about that in depth because it's a pretty important topic and it generated some really disappointing and toxic responses that it really, really shouldn't have. But that's not gonna be tonight, that's gonna be in the future. I just wanted to let you know, I may mention that in passing, but I'm not doing a segment about that tonight. So, 10-letter name, thank you very, very much for that gifted sub. Thank you, truthfully. Way out of many loops, that's okay. That's why you watch me. Is the rap over? The rap has been over for a long time, as it turns out. The rap has been over for a while. I only watched it for about 10 seconds before I said, no fucking way am I gonna sit through that. You should stand with Amaranth. Amaranth is very clearly in the right here, and the only people who are detracting from that are misogynists, whether they know it or not. But we'll talk about that in the near future. Yeah. All right, everybody. So, some of you may be aware that a streamer many of us are familiar with, who is probably actually also streaming right now, it recently made a thread talking about male loneliness. And, oh, wait, hold on a second. You know what? Fuck it. We'll do this section first. We're doing this section first. Fuck it. We're doing the male loneliness first. Fuck it. I changed my mind. We'll talk about my drama afterwards. I don't know why I did that. But anyway, a streamer that we all know very well by the name of Vosh recently did a thread about male loneliness and the rise in alienation. And it spawned quite a lot of discourse, like a lot of discourse. So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna go through this discourse. Now, I didn't weigh in on this discourse at all because I follow a thing called the IMPS code, and I do a pretty good job with it. And when I say I follow the IMPS code, it's like a user manual, basically, on how to engage healthier on social media. And I'm gonna teach it to you here in just a second because it's been a very long time since I taught people about the IMPS code, but it is very, very clearly relevant. And also, it's good for you. It's not a moral code. You don't have to ever apologize for breaking it. You don't have to like feel guilt or anything like that. Like I said, it is a technical code. It is a code that will help you to have a better time, specifically on Twitter, but generally on social media, okay? So let me tell you the IMPS code before we jump into talking about this discourse. All right, so the IMPS code goes IMPS, okay? IMPS, it's that simple. Number 1, immediately stop discoursing on Twitter. Now, if you don't know what the word discourse means, that's okay. It's not a commonly used word outside of certain online spaces. Discoursing is when you go back and forth and you talk for a long period of time at great depth on a topic with somebody. Now, when it comes to Twitter, discourse usually refers to doing this about a hot topic that is currently trending in your circles online. And there's a couple of reasons why the first step, immediately stop discoursing, is important. The core reason for this is because Twitter destroys your ability to have a sensible conversation. Every time you post on Twitter, the literal technical mechanics of how Twitter works tears your conversation into a bunch of unfollowable subthreads. You're lucky if you can keep a single thread going with one person without accidentally splitting it off and losing comments and getting confused about the order in which people said. And what this results in is basically everybody's pissed off all the time. Like, all the time. You're pissed off because people misread something, people are reacting, somebody else is reacting, and you get them mixed up with somebody else. Even small accounts have to deal with this. Discoursing on Twitter is not a good idea. You will never make progress. If you want to share your opinion about something, go for it. Share your concise opinion, write your little thread if you want to, but don't discourse. Don't get into back and forths with people, okay? That is very important. You can converse with people about all kinds of things, but a discourse is when you're trying to have a long and deep conversation on Twitter. It will never happen successfully, and the times that it does, most of the time, it's because you take it to private and you go and talk about it in a DM, okay? So, I, in the IMPS code, I is immediately stop discoursing, okay? Now is rule number 2, M, meme and cream. Meme and cream is really simple. It's exactly what you think it is. Memes are memes. You post funny images, share funny images, retweet funny images, have a good time with your friends. And creams, well, I hope you know what creams are. Creams are when you find cool porn or whatever, or art that makes you horny, and you share it with your friends. It's really, really good to share these things on Twitter because Twitter is really, really good at promoting images, videos, stories, self-contained pieces. Twitter is bad at discourse and discussion. Twitter is good at promoting images, jokes, etc. to lots and lots of people. It's like Twitter is really good at sending like a little package out to a bunch of people and then not having to deal with responses. That's just how it goes, okay? So there you go. I, M, P. We are now on the rule which is lettered P. P is promote yourself and your friends' creative endeavors, okay? It's that simple. Again, for the same reason, like I said about rule number 2, you know, the M, the meme and cream, Twitter is really good at sharing stuff. You can get stuff out to people on Twitter really, really easily. And therefore, it's really good for promoting cool shit that you're doing, cool shit that your friends are doing, cool shit that you find out about on the internet. It's great for distributing, like I said, self-contained pieces of interesting or relevant information. Super good. So promote your friends, promote yourself, whatever you want to do on Twitter. That's what Twitter's really good for, okay? And finally, S, IMPS, IMPS. The S stands for slaughter your genuine opponents in the arena of ideas. This was also known as dunking. This is when you have no intent to engage in a friendly conversation with somebody, like say, Donald Trump, or Donald Trump Jr., or Alex Jones, or whatever, but you want to make fun of that person or debunk them or something like that. That's a great thing to do on Twitter. We call this slaughtering in the arena of ideas. It's when you do not engage a conversation. Instead, you take somebody's point and you demolish it in front of a bunch of people. That is another thing that, that Twitter is good for. And be careful that you do not mix this up with the first rule. Immediately stop discoursing, because sometimes it can be a fine line between discourse and dunking or slaughtering in the arena of ideas. Okay? Let's go through it one more time. I, immediately stop discoursing. M, meme and cream. P, promote yourself and your friends. And S, slaughter your genuine opponents in the arena of ideas. This is the technical handbook for the best Twitter experience you can possibly have. And if you remember the IMPS code, you will thank yourself for it. And you'll thank me for it because I came up with it. How about we avoid Twitter altogether? You can avoid Twitter altogether, but there are genuinely good things to be had on Twitter. I have met so many cool people on Twitter. I have discovered so many cool things on Twitter, and it's always when I avoid engaging in discourse and take discourse to other platforms. If you really want to have a person-to-person talk with someone, take it to Discord, take it to DMs, call them on the phone, write them an email. Anything that lets you have a calm, reasoned conversation that isn't the never-ending nightmare flurry of Twitter. And also remember, another thing about Twitter is everything gets basically lost forever after like a day. On Twitter, your tweets are lost. Have you ever tried to go find a tweet from like even 2 days or more ago? It becomes impossible. It's because Twitter is an ephemeral medium. It's meant to link you to something else. It's meant to share you something else. It's not meant to be, Twitter, when I say they, I mean Twitter. Twitter wants you to engage all the time, obviously, but that's not what, I'm not here to help Twitter make money off of you. I'm here to help you have a better time on Twitter. So there you go. There's the IMPS code. Now, this was a really long preamble to the segment that we are about to do. So this might end up actually being its own little video segment. I don't know. But part of the reason why I brought up the IMPS code is because boy, oh boy, have I seen a lot of people in my general spaces online engaging in discourse to their own peril lately. And when this happens, it tends to breed bad blood for no reason. Twitter is rarely something to generate bad blood over. And it's really sad when people like destroy their potential of having good conversations with people over the demented nightmare zone, the weeping and gnashing of teeth that is Twitter. And it's not just the imps, it's everybody. But there's a lot of people watching, so I want to make sure that people understand the imps code. Okay? We even have a command here in chat that's for the imps code. I know I have over 400 viewers. Welcome, and please press like, and please make sure you subscribe. I told you guys, some of you here who just came in, you didn't hear me do the spiel, but every single time we get more likes, we always get more viewers. So literally, it's like, not like 1-to-1, but it's like every one like gives us like half another additional viewer. It's really wild. So, you know, press that like button, and if you're here and this is your first time, press subscribe and ring the bell. You're not gonna regret it. I stream all the time and I'm really funny, and I like to think I have some cool insights to say. It's called !Twitter. !Twitter and !Imps are the ones that does it. If you do those, it will give you the imps code of Twitter. This is one of the oldest pieces of my stream culture. Something I came up with a long time ago, with some help from a couple of other people. Yeah. Anyway, the IMPS command will let you have a reminder. Like I said, not a moral code. No need to feel guilty or anything like that. It's not telling you that. It's just helping you have a better time on Twitter. It's that simple. All right? Now, the reason why I had to bring up the IMPS code today is because of this thread, like I mentioned, that was done by Vaush V. Voosh. You guys know this guy. We all know this guy in this space. He's a pretty popular streamer in this space. And I happen to think his opinions are pretty interesting most of the time. I know some people don't like Vaush. I like Vaush. I think his stuff has some interesting things to say. I think he's got a lot of insights. And I think this thread is certainly interesting. So what we're going to do is we're going to read through this thread and we're going to talk about some of the discourse that resulted from this. And the reason that we're going to do that on stream instead of on Twitter is because on stream, you can have a coherent and self-contained conversation about the topics at hand. It's not subject to random quote retweets. Of course, it can be clipped, but it's a little bit easier to establish context. When we talk about discourse on stream or in a chat or whatever, we actually make it something that's productive instead of a waste of everyone's time. So let's look at this thread, and without any further ado, let's read it. Okay, I'm gonna zoom this up so you all can see this. So the original post is this. Alexandra M. Hunt says, young men aren't having sex. Nearly a third of men under 30 have not had sex, and a higher percent do not have as much sex as they would like. That's not exactly surprising, but this kind of statistic is a sign of a much deeper problem. Or of much deeper problems, sorry. Now, before we even jump into the full thread, keep in mind, statistics are funny, squirrely little things. They can often tell you something, but what they are telling you is not always 100% accurate. So for example, this post does not tell you if people are having more gay sex. If you notice, if you actually go and look into the details of it, there's actually literally context added onto here. The legend on this chart says that it shows the share of people who have reported no sex in the last year, not those who are virgins. This tweet's claim is not made in the original article. So first of all, this claim is not actually what the original article is claiming. They just took the picture and made their own claim on top of it. But secondly, if you actually go and read the original article, you will discover that this actually is talking about people who have had sex with women, men who have had sex with women. So it actually, even though they weren't selecting for only straight men, they were just asking men as a general category whether they were having sex with women. What this means is that people who don't have sex with women but might be having gay sex would show up as virgins, or people who didn't have sex in the last year, even though they were having sex because they're gay. So that's something to keep in mind before we even jump into this. Like always, whenever you see a quippy chart or a quippy statistic online, always take a minute and look a little bit deeper, because most of the time it's saying something different than you think it is. Or it could be. There's a good chance that that's the case. By the way, Brina, thank you very much for the 5 tier 1 subs. I deeply appreciate that. Welcome to all the new imps. Love and solidarity indeed, and right back at you. Thank you for bringing some new imps into the flock. So I just wanted to make sure that before we got any further into this, that we just talk about the statistics itself. All right, now we return to the tweets. Vosh says, this is a serious sociological problem, and the response I've seen from many leftists has been disheartening. I would like to talk about why. Thread. First of all, nothing that I'm about to say suggests an entitlement to sex or to women's bodies. All right, that's a good start. Obviously, nobody should ever feel pressured to have sex with a man just because men as a group are more socially isolated. Everyone should be free to choose their partners. And that also means to deny any partners. People should be free to not have any partners. If somebody just wants to be by themselves, that should be okay. That should be socially okay for someone to not have partners. It's okay. That said, prolonged virginity can point to an increased social alienation, an increase which has been observed in both men and women through multiple trends, average number of friends being a big one. Men seem to be experiencing more alienation, though. This can be attributed to many things, primarily gendered socialization. Women often have an easier time forming friend groups, and men are taught to be more emotionally distant and individualistic. This can manifest in a lot of really negative ways for men's mental health. Speaking as a man who's had all sorts of friends, it's not hard to see a pattern of men, especially cisgender heterosexual men, being more closed off and less willing to express enthusiasm when hanging out or making new friends. This right here, what Vosh is getting at here, is not like a new observation. And I'm not saying that that's a bad, that's a point against him. That's a point towards what he is saying here. It has been, you know, like various researchers, even hell, like I would even go so far as to say like the public the public perception of gendered interactions is very obviously slanted towards men being closed off. We see this in our media. We see this represented in everything from music to TV to movies. We see this represented in stories that are told about our society. We see this represented even in schools where, you know, counselors have had to address the fact that a lot of, like, you know, that boys are taught that they can't cry and things like that. So there we go. Just wanted to address that real quick. I mean, it's practically a stereotype for dude bro friends to be so reserved with their feelings that they have to mask genuine emotional movements or sincere affection or appreciation towards other men behind a veil of irony because it would be weird and gay to be sincere. That's almost exactly what I was talking about there. The idea that like you'll get called gay if you cry, if you feel emotions, if you think something, if you get excited about something that you like. Oh, wow, you're being autistic, that sort of thing. There's a lot of this, okay? There's a lot of this. And it doesn't just affect men, but it does. It is like, it's so common among male social spaces that it is practically a stereotype. If these behavior patterns are causing mass social alienation, making it harder for men to form relationships, that's a real sociological problem. It's a gendered problem, and progressives should take it seriously. But I see a cavalcade of so-called progressives who seem to assume the only possible explanation for this trend is that men are shit and that women are tired of them, that it's men's fault and they need to correct this problem on their own. How is that a progressive response? Gendered socialization is just one aspect of this problem. There are many others: economic insecurity, making men feel like they can't provide for a partner, modern dating culture and dating apps being a few others, and they're worth taking seriously. Is it not the responsibility of progressives to examine sociological problems and address them? Not to mention, if lonely men see us mocking them for their loneliness, who else will they turn to for answers, and who will they end up blaming? Please take this stuff seriously, or at least don't use it as an excuse to mock men for being lonely. Not every lonely guy is intolerable and unkind to women. They could just be anxious, asocial, depressed, autistic, or poor and overworked. Come on. So that's the whole thread. And this thread, as you can tell just by the responses here, this is like, how many, like, I mean, Jesus, 10,000 likes, 1,000 retweets. A lot of people were engaging with this tweet. This tweet really, really, really went wild, okay? Now, I happen to largely agree with what Vosh says here. And of course, as often happens with discourses online, a discourse starts as one thing and it very, very, very quickly evolves into something else. So what this discourse started as was a discussion about the importance of taking male or men's loneliness and alienation seriously, something that I think is incredibly, incredibly important. And you all know this. And what it has evolved into is a sort of contest between various corners of Twitter to frame the other side as either saying that women should fix society's problems or the other side saying that, oh, you guys are actually arguing, you're arguing that we should have, you know, comfort women, or we should have, you know, government mandated girlfriends. And obviously, both of these arguments are remarkably stupid, but they're also not accurate as to what the vast majority of people are actually saying and engaging in. But I wanted to talk about this because I think there's a couple of different things I can address and that I can, you know, hopefully give some food for thought on. Nuts says, chat, I have 0 patience today, so don't test me, Joker. I take this shit extremely serious. Okay, yes. So let's address the bad faith arguments first to get them out of the way. Let's dispel the bad faith ones. First, is it women's responsibility to fix all of these problems? Obviously no. And also, I don't think you can take a sociological phenomenon and pin it on any individual or even a single group of people. I've had a number of conversations about this topic in the past, and while I think that the idea that women are supposed to fix this problem by doing X thing is remarkably common among the general populace, I do think that's an issue. Like, I think that a lot of, like, especially right-leaning spaces do essentially think that they are entitled in some way to women's time, space, and effort. And, you know, you see this, I've talked about this, I've talked about this before in the past, like how in a lot of, for example, Twitch streamers will, if a woman comes out and says something, like says, oh, I experienced this, or I really hate that I get a bunch of sexualizing, sexual harassment messages from my fans, I'm really mad about this, and then reacts and you know, responds to that sort of thing, a lot of times those, like, women creators, femme creators, will get slapped really hard by even more harassment just for coming out against the harassment they've already received. As if, you know, them saying, oh, I hate it when this happens, I'm gonna block every fucking asshole who does this, is somehow, like, hurting other people. And God, like, that is a real thing, by the way. It is a real thing. There are a lot of people out in the world who basically think that women are not doing things right, and they're the reason why dating and socializing is painful. There's a lot of people who believe that sort of thing out in the world. Now, I don't think there's a lot of people who believe that in progressive spaces. So while I do think that that exists, I don't think that most people in progressive or largely left spaces actually believe that. Okay, so I just wanted to address that one, and also put out there the idea that, yes, in the general population, a lot of women feel like no matter what they do, they are losing in this. They are losing in this entire engagement. Okay. And then let's talk about the sort of other side, which is this this side that is saying, you know, that people who are bringing attention to male loneliness are essentially advocating for like comfort women or whatever. I think that's also a bad faith interpretation of this. I think that it is important. Like, the world has a lot of men in it. Men's issues are important, even in a world where men's issues tend to be given the front seat due to historical reasons, or due to historical factors, due to historical factors. I think it is important to still be aware of those issues. Now, of course, that makes this whole thing a conversation of how do you go about talking about these issues? Not in progressive spaces? Okay. In progressive spaces, so I knew there was going to be a lot of disagreement, and a lot of the reasons why I wanted to talk about this was so that I could field and work through some of the disagreements, talk through some of the disagreements on stream as opposed to over Twitter. Okay, so semantics time? No, it's not semantics time. I don't think so. I'm all for women's issues, trans issues, women of color, but men's issues should be included. Men's issues, okay. Men's issues are included, and they should be included. However, there is a tendency, like I said, this is not so much of a problem in progressive spaces, but in the general populace as a whole, there is a tendency of women's issues being sidelined in the name of how those issues affect men. So, for example, you'll notice that even in the peak of the Me Too movement, at the absolute, when the worst of the worst was coming out during the Me Too movement, a lot of people made that about the entire question, all of the abuse that was going on. They made that entire conversation about how it might affect some random hypothetical man who might be insulted. You know what I mean? Who might be, or not insulted, what's the word I'm trying to look for? Falsely accused. There's the word. I don't know why this is my brain today. Who might be falsely accused. Now, so it does happen, nuts, and that's addressing you to the thing saying about the progressive space, and it does happen in progressive spaces as well. It definitely does. Just not as much as in sort of normie space. So, let's talk about now that we've talked about those sort of like bad faith arguments off the cuff, let's talk about some of the issues, like the actual issues itself. Let's talk about what's actually going on in this conversation. When we're talking about loneliness and when we're talking about men's issues, it is a simple truth that there are a lot of lonely men out there in the world. Loneliness seems to be, and this is from my own personal experience, just being an online, an online commentator, engaging with, and also talking with a lot of men that I know. Like, there's a lot of issues. Like, it's a real problem. Like this, the idea of the problem of men's loneliness is an issue, even if it doesn't take the form of this, which we know now, of course, obviously. This chart was a little bit misleading. Obviously, a third of men the third of men under 30 have not had sex is not accurate. That's a misinterpretation of the data, but that doesn't mean the problem doesn't exist. You were having flashbacks to my talk with the Scrub King. The Scrub King conversation was a microcosm of this larger conversation. For those of you who don't know, a couple of years ago, I had an argument with a content creator who he was basically making the argument that women had a whole bunch of stuff that they needed to do, that if they cared about the problem, then individual women should basically take it upon themselves to act or behave or engage in a certain way. And I disagreed with that because I don't think that's how you can do that. I don't think it's reasonable to say, hey guys, men are socialized to be really awkward and terrible for women. Therefore, women should be more forgiving when men cross boundaries with them. I don't think that's the right answer. I really do not think that's the right answer. Now that I don't think is, obviously we're not 100% talking about that, but it's impossible for us not to address this now that it's been brought up. The idea that women need to change the way that they socialize, that individual women basically are being given a task that if you want the world to get better, you have to do this. I think that's the wrong framing. I think it's a bad framing because, again, it victim blames. Now, this erupted into a long conversation which got really toxic, and the result of that conversation, by the way, just so that we're clear, was an unbelievable wave of harassment at me. The guy who was going on there, the guy who went up against me did not get harassed. I got harassed about that. I got my fucking videos bombed. I got somebody writing a literal manifesto about how I'm bad for women and I'm bad for the trans community. So I have a little bit of experience of trying to engage positively and engage productively on this issue and not actually, and getting the brunt of that conversation. Yeah, Scrub King wrote that manifesto. I know. Yeah, it was ridiculous. So what I'm trying to say here is that this is a fucking messy issue, and it's extremely easy because of the because of the context that we live under, because of the fact that we live under such a gender segregated society. It's very difficult. It's extremely difficult to even have this conversation without women ending up having to, you know, take the, you know, bear the brunt of this. So you see where I'm coming from with how this is an impossible conversation to have on Twitter. It's a hard conversation to even work through on stream. I talk about this shit all the time. My takes are very fine-tuned. I agree with you, Nuts. I'm not saying that you're one of the people doing this, but there are a lot of people who do this. There's also a lot of hyperbole that's involved, and there's also a lot of like concealing of true intentions. There are people who will pretend that they're making an argument for people to think about men's loneliness, but they're really just actually trying to waste time. But that doesn't mean that you can just disengage with the topic as a whole. I still have yet to get into a relationship. I'll be taking notes. Listen, relationships are complicated. It doesn't matter who you are. Relationships are complicated. And relationships are especially complicated in our current social milieu. Okay? So real quick, let's talk about the men's side of things. Okay? And obviously, again, much like the conversation that we had on gender ascensionism and all this shit, we're going to have to, for a second here, just set aside, we're going to have to be erasure of the non-binaries, okay? All of us non-binaries, we're going to take a seat for just a second, okay? We're going to pretend that it's just men and women, okay? Just for the simplification of this particular topic, okay? Let's talk about men. Men in our society are saddled with a whole bunch of expectations that they are given to from their parents, from every single corner of society. And, by the way, there are women who contribute to this problem. The idea of patriarchy, the idea of toxic masculinity is not only upheld by men, but men are just the main characters in the world of the patriarchy, against whether anybody wants it to be that case or not. That is just how it is. And the reason, like if you don't agree with the existence of patriarchy, if you don't agree with the existence of toxic masculinity, we're going to end up having a different conversation. Right now, I'm not arguing over the validity of the concept of patriarchy or the concept of toxic masculinity. These are being assumed as a given in this conversation. But those things don't exist in a vacuum. Everyone feels their effects and everyone experiences them to some degree or another, which makes it really, really hard to address changes. How do you, in a world where men are taught by their parents, sometimes even by their mothers, that they need to basically always be the provider, but then they're put into a socioeconomic environment where you cannot make enough money as an individual person to be a provider. Hey, Vermin, it's wonderful to see you. I miss you too. I hope we get to hang out soon. We're having a complicated discussion about men and women and about socializing and sex. Okay? That's a rough position to be in. To grow up with the assumption that you are supposed to be a provider. To constantly be pressured in that way, and then for it to become a functional impossibility. And that can lead a lot of men to feeling, to not just feeling, but also being isolated, to feeling like they can't have any chance at ever having a partner, so they don't even try. They just live solitary lives. They don't even try to connect. And that can, by the way, like I said, that can be reinforced by women. How many women post things making fun of, how broke their guy was? You don't see it very often, people making fun of, I mean, okay, that's not true. You do see it very often, but usually in different spaces. People making jokes about, he was too broke to pay for anything. Oh, he was, he has a shitty car or whatever. These are they're common, they're frequent. And a lot of times it is women repeating these stereotypes. And so to a certain degree, there is truth that women do participate in the forwarding and in the advancement of patriarchy. And there are other types of people. There are people who are collaborators. For example, think of people like, I don't know, Donald Trump's trophy wife. You know what I mean? That kind of thing. A person who is more than happy to play the role of the perfect wife, the wife who believes women should stay in their place, the woman who supports all of the conservative viewpoints, the woman who thinks women shouldn't be in the workplace. Those types of women also exist. Now, they're probably on the, they're the extreme end. There's a lot of Christian women who believe things like that. There's a lot of Christian women in positions of power. We have a woman on the Supreme Court who holds a lot of beliefs about what is appropriate and inappropriate for women to do. However, in patriarchy and under toxic masculinity, men are always passively, perpetually, well, passively and actively, but passively, the main characters, which means that men's issues, it is most important, in my opinion, for men's issues to be worked out among men. And that's not to say to the exclusion of anything else. You can't. There is no such thing as an exclusion. Women feel the effects of patriarchy. Non-binary people all feel the effects of patriarchy. However, because patriarchy selects men as the main characters, even if it hurts them, the way that you break this system down has to be among men. It has to be. Let women be the main character and realize it's not fun either. That is not what I'm talking about. That's not it at all. Being the main character is not, it's not a good thing. It's not something to be strived for, and it's not something to do. What are you talking about? That's not what I'm talking about. The main character status is very fragile. No one actually gets to be the main character. In patriarchy, the only people who are the main character are the men on top. People have to realize that. Men have to realize that patriarchy, it promises them certain things. It tells them they're the main character, but they never actually are. Maybe I didn't do a good job. Maybe I didn't do a good job explaining that. But let me try again. In a system that is selling promises to men, that is predicated on men buying into those promises to break down the system, which is killing men and women and everyone else, and statistically does more harm to women than it does to men by the nature of the way that it's structured. It is super important that men buy into the concept that it is the patriarchy that needs to be disassembled. Not because women are telling them to, but because they are trapped in something they will never actually be the beneficiaries of. So it's like the American dream for men. It is exactly like the American dream, but for men. It is an illusion that is sold to you, an illusion that keeps the world in a heinous state. Patriarchy sells the idea that men will live good lives and they'll have many women on their arms, but it doesn't deliver on that. Only the absolute richest, only the most absolute powerful men ever get to live that fantasy, and it comes at the cost of every other man and every other woman in the society living a horrible existence. That is the cost that everyone has to pay. And while I 100% agree that there are all kinds of things that we all can do to disassemble patriarchy. For example, women not treating men like shit because they don't have a lot of money is that's a good thing to do. That's a great thing. You should not do that. Don't make fun of men if they don't have a lot of money. Nobody has a lot of money. Most people are poor. That is a fucking terrible thing to do. Okay? While that is true, there are things that all of us can do. At the end of the day, because of the way that patriarchy is structured, men have to They have to be the ones who are connecting with one another to be tearing this thing down, because they are the ones who are who the system is designed and sold to. Okay? And as you guys all know, I am not a big fan of talking about privilege discussions, because I don't think that privilege is a very helpful medium for talking about individuals. It is important for men, individual men, to all take the time to introspect, to spend time actually thinking about the ways in which patriarchy hurts not only them, but the women that they care about. All genders need to come together, yes, but don't, I understand what you're saying. I understand where people are saying all genders need to come together, but be careful that you don't end up all lives mattering it, okay? Because the simple matter is that, guys, like, yes, a lot of men are very lonely. Yes, a lot of men are very, very, very lonely. And that is a terrible, terrible outcome. You know what else is an outcome of this system? The fact that like 1 out of every 4 women will experience sexual assault by the time that they're in college, which is not a thing that men experience. And it is largely done by men. So we have to remember that while it is absolutely important that everyone does their part to take apart patriarchy, to address patriarchy, I'm doing my part. I'm not a man. I am a non-binary, genderqueer weirdo who has never been accepted in male or female or spaces in that way, okay? I recognize that. I don't care about that. I am not in that, in that slot. But I am here, and I am going, and have in the past gotten flack just for talking about this subject in a way that men do not. Men do not get the same flack that women do when they talk about this subject. That is just simply true. So it is also important for men to recognize when femmes, when women, when trans women are taking on a lot of work in addressing a issue that affects them a lot as well. Okay? No one I already agree with in my Twitter space is going to give you shit. You would be surprised. You would be fucking surprised. But also, there's a lot of people who don't agree with me in my Twitter space. Guys, I mean, has our memory fallen so short? When I made these exact same arguments, 2 years ago, when I did the DSK, whenever that was it 2 years ago? 2 years ago, when I made the Scrub King video, which was this exact same conversation, I made this exact same argument. The argument being that yes, women have a part to play in patriarchy, but that patriarchy has to be resolved between the people that patriarchy has chosen. That it can only be dissolved if those people stop buying into patriarchy and stop buying into patriarchal norms. So, one of the things I was talking about with this thread is that I do think that Vosh's thread was really good. For the record, I don't think Vosh engaged in any of the things I'm talking about here. I think Vosh's thread was really good. In fact, the first thing that he said was to address people who might take this argument to mean like an entitlement to sex. He directly addressed that. So I have to say, as far as Vosh goes, good job, bro. That's a good fucking tweet. But I've seen a lot of discourse on this, like a lot of discourse. I have seen people fucking fighting back and forth and yelling at each other and insulting each other and all kinds of shit. I've seen a lot of takes that are just not good. Vosh good? Yeah, I mean, look, some people have their, Vosh is a person just like anybody else. You guys know I quite like Vosh. Did you see the women should shut up and listen tweet? Yes, unfortunately I did. Let me give you an example of one of these fucking tweets. Let me see if I can find this. I didn't actually save it, but I'll give an example of the tweet because I'm gonna show you exactly what I'm talking about when I say that this is like stupid. Hold on. It's, do you have the tweet? If you have the tweet, somebody send me it. I didn't actually save that tweet in advance. Somebody give it to me. I know somebody has it here. I'll just wait until one of you gets it for me. Thank you. I don't remember what account sent it. No, I'm not talking about the Vosh one. Don't get Vosh brained. Just because we used Vosh's gigantic, world famous thread. Did Vosh propose a solution in the thread, or was he just venting about the issue? He wasn't just venting about the issue. He was talking about the fact that a lot of people are stupidly dismissive. They dismiss men actually making a good effort, and they basically just say men are trash. Here we go. This is one of, oh. That tweet has been deleted. I think it's been deleted. This tweet here, I saw this tweet. The tweet said, originally said, women really need to sit down and shut up on this issue, which is fucking, I think, wait a minute, hold on. I think I screenshotted it. Hold on, I think I screenshotted it. One second. Give me a sec. Hold on, here we go. I've sent it to myself. I did. Look at that. All right, here we go. This is the one. I'm gonna say it. Women need to sit down, shut up, and listen about men's issues. If you're not open to hearing out the people most affected by an issue about their experience, you have no business speaking on it. Guys, this is fucking stupid. This is phenomenally fucking stupid. And it makes sense why it was deleted and why whoever made this tweet got clunked, okay? Because what a stupid way of interpreting things. And this is what I was talking about, by the way. Men are not the ones most affected by patriarchy. They aren't. Women are. Unless you want to disagree, unless we want to go all the way to the root, and I want to argue with a literal conservative, if I want to go, if I want to go all the way back and we want to say feminism isn't right, and I'm not having that argument. I believe that feminism brought to the attention a bunch of very valid things about patriarchy. I think it's historically very documented. So I'm not arguing with feminism here. Women, guys, like, have we, like these men are the most affected by toxic masculinity. I will die on that hill. Toxic masculinity affects men way more, though. That's your tweet, Nordique Jer? I'm dying on that hill. It literally shapes the complete behavior of the vast majority of men. It affects the complete behavior of all women. See, this is where I knew we were going to get to this point. It's funny. I knew we were going to get to this point. And by the way, credit for Vosh, because Vosh didn't even make this argument. It's toxic masculinity shapes the world into a position where only men can get ahead. And what that means is that most men are not going to get ahead, but basically no women are going to get ahead. Do you understand how severely bad the experience for women for most of the history of the planet has been? Are we really going to have this conversation? Yep, to be fair, I was going through a trauma response and having a really emotional episode. Okay, well, that happens sometimes. This is part of the reason why this is part of the reason why we had to open this up with the IMPS code. Avoid discourse on Twitter. You're not. I understand that can happen sometimes. But I'm not really, I'm not here to like dunk on you as a person. I'm just here to address the arguments and the whatever. What about comfort men? No, that's a bad idea. Okay. I am making this a competition. Listen to her rhetoric. Oh, wow. You couldn't have had better timing. I was about to lose my head. You knew it. You were right. You were right. Thank you for the Taco Bell. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. All right, I'm gonna eat these Taco Bell in a minute, but first I'm gonna fucking converse about this. Okay. All right. Let me explain this. Since apparently we're going to be doing a conversation around feminism. Do you guys know how many female presidents of the United States has there been? Oh. How many female leaders have there ever been in the entire history of the world? Okay? What are the stats for CEOs, for the shakers and movers of the world? What are the stats for the richest people in the world? Yeah, this is not hard, okay? This is pretty simple, okay? Women are underrepresented mysteriously. They're mysteriously underrepresented in any position of power, in any position of influence, in any position of meaningful say in our current system. And that doesn't mean, by the way, that just getting more, that's patriarchy, not toxic masculinity. They're the same thing. They're the same. Patriarchy and toxic masculinity are like this. They're like this. Toxic masculinity is because of patriarchy and patriarchy acts through toxic masculinity. Toxic masculinity is a worldview that states that women are to be subjugated, and patriarchy is the world that results from that worldview. They are two parts of the same thing. Uncle Gumbald says, as a bit of an aside, but this has been a theme on House of the Dragon. It's really interesting. It's about how a lot of powerful women are solely expected just to prepare the next male in line for the throne. Yes, queens throughout history, the few queens that existed were flukes. And everything in line was put in their way to stop them from becoming the queen. For a long time, there was no such thing as a queen was just a wife. It was just a royal wife. Through most of history, in most of the globe, every political decision was made only by men. Women were completely and utterly locked out of any hall of power. They were objects. They were treated as objects. No, Nuts, I'm talking about the experience I'm talking about, you keep making this argument that men are the primary victims of toxic masculinity. And I think that indicates an unwillingness to address what toxic masculinity and what patriarchy does to women. Toxic masculinity is terrible to men. However, men have some shot. Even the average man gets some benefits from patriarchy, some benefits, quote unquote. I think they're illusory benefits, but they are nonetheless. For example, this is the one that I always bring up. It was only in 1970 that it became legal for women to have a bank account without their husband's consent. That's not that fucking long ago. Yes, it is a system that tortures everyone involved. It doesn't benefit anybody except for the men who are on top and the men who are given access to the top because they performed their toxic masculinity well enough. But what it does do is it locks women in a forever underclass. Men, every man may not be able to make it. In fact, most men will never be able to make it to a position of power. But they are at least told that they have some shot instead of being locked in a forever underclass. And men also can have the ability to put their heads down and avoid most of the worst outcomes of toxic masculinity, which women do not have that ability. Women are constantly subjected to toxic masculinity. Constantly. If you engage in public at all, you are going to be the target of it. Constantly. Elak Kaval, how does toxic masculinity affect trans men? Well, it's part of what makes a lot of men not accept trans men as men, because trans men are more likely to not live up to the standards of toxic masculinity. And so what that means is that it provides a gigantic wedge for them to deny the manhood of trans men, which is fucking crazy and terrible. Capo says, if I could extend an olive branch to nuts, I think they may be intending to say is that men are more directly harmed as individuals by the expectations and pressures of toxic masculinity, which is arguably true. Women are much more harmed by the indirect societal and systemic effects of toxic masculinity. I still don't agree with that, but if that's what you want to tell yourself, then that's fine. But toxic masculinity and patriarchy has resulted in literally women not having the vote around the world. Women not having even the basic vote. Women literally not being given legal personhood. Patriarchy and toxic masculinity is what leads to our society making most health coverages, including public health coverages, cover men's health, but not cover women's health. Reproductive health is just ignored. Which is, by the way, another way in which it affects trans men. Trans men need access to reproductive health, but their type of reproductive health is for women, and therefore, as men, they shouldn't have to have that sort of issue. Which is another way that toxic masculinity and patriarchy harms trans men. Yeah, women were literally considered the property of men, and a lot of men still behave like that, and a lot of laws still back up women on that front. And that's not to say that every individual man is doing better than every individual woman. That's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is that the structure is, the purpose of the structure is to put men on top and women on bottom. And there's a reason why there's people who are invested in keeping men on the top. That's the patriarchy is about pushing people under, and it's women who get pushed under. I mean, guys, like, it wasn't often that men were executed for being fucking witches. Women were. And that still happens to this day, by the way. Men do all kinds of shit and never have any repercussions for it. Tons of, like look at the difference in a sexual abuse scandal in the way that people react to, say, like somebody like Amaranth, and the way that they react to, the way that people react to Amaranth. Wait, is anyone saying men don't suffer? No one has said that. Men suffer in a unique psychological and sociological way from patriarchy, but is anyone saying these are comparable, like it's a scale? No, I just disagree with framing the question at all as if patriarchy, a thing that is designed to keep men on top and women on bottom, is somehow worse for men than it is for women. I think that framing is a dishonest framing. Is this a topic or a stun lock? This is a long topic. There is a whole nightmare discourse around this. I don't think anyone has argued that. You're conflating patriarchy and toxic masculinity. They're deeply related. They're separate concepts. I understand that they're separate concepts, but the way that they work is, I don't know. I really feel like this is a massive splitting of hairs and deliberately ignoring what I'm saying. I have some Taco Bell. I have some potato grillers. I feel like you're ignoring what I'm saying and we're getting nowhere. I'm not ignoring what you're saying. I've addressed what you're saying directly. I'll eat these in a minute. I just don't agree with the idea. I just don't agree with your framing of it. And I have been very clear about my reasons. No. Scarlet Volcano says it was still legal to rape your wife until 1990. Marital rape is still functionally legal in many places. Not just in the United States, but worldwide. The amount of times I've had people tell me you're conflating toxic masculinity and patriarchy when I've said similar things to you here is infuriating. I know. It's just frustrating. I wanted to talk about this topic on stream before, but I refused to give DGG content. They're not going to get any content. Let's see what Merrick has to say on this. It's like people turn off the part of their brain that understands systemic analysis off when men are involved. It's not about whose fault it is. Nobody's talking about whose fault it is. There's nothing about fault. This is almost the identical conversation that we had in the past. It's so frustrating. Nobody has been talking about fault at all. What we're talking about is how the structure is built, and a structure in which you say that men are the main victims of toxic masculinity is reaffirming the worldview of men being the main characters. I don't think Vosh was doing this. I think you people are projecting your argument onto Vosh, and Vosh does not agree with you. Intentions Nasty says marital rape was legal in my country until 2009. Pansabi says only 2 states have actually closed the marital exemption for rape loophole legally. That's the marital rape loophole. That doesn't affect, that's not targeted at men. That's targeted at keeping all women. It's not about fucking fault. It's about honestly analyzing who is more affected by something. I'm sorry, but the idea that white people are having, if I was to come on here and say, and I know this isn't the exact same one-to-one issue, but if I was to go on here and say, actually, white people are really the ones who suffer the most from racism, that would be ridiculous. You would rightfully say that's ridiculous. Sorry, I'm taking a bite of my thing. Because even though, by the way, I agree that everyone is negatively affected by racism, that racism makes insufferable societies that are destined to forever eat themselves alive, that racism is a rot that destroys all of us. Racism targets a specific group of people. I just get frustrated. And here, the other thing that frustrates me is that a lot of times what actually happens here, a lot of times what happens in this conversation is this, which is that I start a conversation openly expressing. What happens is that every single person on the internet is going to claim that the position I'm making is that women have the harder part and it's men's fault. And that, by the way, that has people lying about my position has a worse outcome than other people having their positions dishonestly represented. Because if I'm doing it, I'm just another woman proving all of the misogynists right. And the existing power structures that punish women who speak out will target somebody like me, and they won't target somebody else. Peachy Keen says, did you all know that women are 80% of all people who end up getting killed by their spouses? Wow. Almost like there is an existing legal system that is in place that damages all women and is reinforced by many, many people. No, I understand, Capo. I'm just trying to be clear because I do think this is like this happens constantly. Is that people want it to be a conversation about fault. They want it to be a conversation about who can I point the finger at. But it's not really about that. It's about observing that the structure is slanted against people who are or are perceived to be women. The toxic masculinity is men hurt each other to keep each other in a position of power over women. The jostling, the pain, in the end, ends up just putting them legally, systemically, socially above women. And all women have to deal with that, regardless of whether they're complicit or not. You people keep bringing up examples of how women have it harder. Y'all are clearly showing what group you care about. Nuts. Unironically, I didn't think that it was going to come to this, but I think actually you might represent the people that I was talking about in the beginning. You cannot acknowledge simple facts about the reality of our existence. You are comparing social pressures to the fact that still to this day, most of marital homicides, the woman is the victim. Oh my God. Then, Nuts, if you accept them, then how can you say when I bring up that simple fact, when I bring up the fact that all women who decide to engage in society at all are forced into a position of societal submission, how can you possibly tell me that is something that the correct framing of that is just go around saying that men are affected more? You are reaffirming the exact structure you claim to be against by centering men in a conversation about a broader gender. Now, if we were only talking about male loneliness, if we had never moved beyond that point, if we were still only talking about men's loneliness and people were coming in and saying, yeah, well, you know, women, blah, 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 then that would be different. But that's not what we're doing. We have moved beyond that to a broader conversation about why these sentiments exist. Didn't we literally open this topic up with how men are fucked over? We did. And we moved, we opened up with that and we moved to a broader conversation. When we're talking about just men's loneliness, I literally spent the whole first half of this talking about how people can contribute to this, but how ultimately, at the end of the day, when it comes to conversations of patriarchy and masculinity, it hurts the conversation to reaffirm the sort of main character syndrome that's going on here. Because if men keep buying into patriarchy, even though it hurts them, if men keep buying into that structure, women are paying a unbelievable price in addition to themselves. It's not just men who are hurt by this, but toxic masculinity is perpetuated predominantly by men because that's what it is. At the end of the day, let's move off this topic for just a second, okay? Let's move off this topic for just a second. Men's loneliness is a super, super fucking important issue. Anyone's loneliness is an important fucking issue. I talk about how lonely old people are on this show all the time, an issue that most people never talk about. And I talk about that because even if it only affects a certain group of people, it's an important fucking issue. Men's loneliness is tied up in a whole bunch of socioeconomic and sociological factors. And pointing that at women is as useless as just blanket ignoring the problems that men have. But men also need to recognize that their issues aren't versus women. A lot of these issues are versus men and versus the structures that were built to benefit men. And that everyone who is excluded from that conversation, which is everyone who's not a man, can only look in horror from the outside and do their best to not get destroyed by it. I never said who persecutes more or less, but who is affected more. Toxic masculinity is enforced by men towards other men and has almost nothing to do with gender roles. Women have almost nothing to do with the gender roles men are expected to meet. Men's issues is something that revolves really only around men. Women can stay out of it. Do you see do you see how right I am? Do you guys not understand exactly like that Nuts is just literally not hearing what I'm saying here? Whatever. Hundreds of thousands of people posting about how men are trash is bad and alienating. Correct! Correct, Pansabi. It is bad. And just so you guys know, just so that we're clear on this, just for a second, Pansabi says hundreds of thousands of people posting about how men are trash is bad and alienating. I agree. And guess what? That's why I don't do a whole lot of ironic misandry. I mean, fuck, you guys know, like how frequently do I engage in ironic misandry? I have never engaged in like kill all men rhetoric. I've literally pushed actively against that, at least for me perfectly. I mean, for me personally, I know I know some people who engage in that type of rhetoric. And I don't think it's a good answer. But also, once again, I really don't think that that people saying men are trash or whatever on twitter.com is the same scope. Oh, I've eaten some of it, but I haven't, I've been, yeah, so. Okay, well, whatever. Sorry. Yeah, Doe's gonna yell at me. It's okay. What was I even saying? It's cultural values which we must push back on. Yes, misandry is bad. You're not fixing anything by saying all men are trash. But at the same time, people on Twitter saying all men is trash should not be equated to anything else. It's a bad thing. It's a bad thing to do. In viewing it in terms of scopes or scales is self-defeating when this issue is universal and systemic. I agree. But I agree with you, Windleby. I agree that that generally we shouldn't talk about it. But I think that if people are going to make the argument that X group is most affected or whatever, that they should be able to back that up. And I do think that I agree with the core arguments of feminism as a whole, which is that women have been placed, feminine people have been placed in a currently almost eternal underclass, and that is a different experience from being someone who is allowed access to the overclass. Nuts, hold on a second, Nuts. I'm sorry. You know what? Whatever. I'm letting it go, even though I disagree. You literally said, hold on, I'm just going to quote you back to yourself, okay, Nuts? I'm just going to quote you back to yourself. Toxic masculinity is enforced by men towards other men. Women almost have nothing to do with the gender roles men are expected to meet. Men's issues is something that revolves really only around men. Women can stay out of it. You did actually say that, Nuts. I'm sorry, but we just need to have the record be clear. You did actually say that. Getting ugly? No, this topic is always ugly. Guys, the history of gender relations is fucking ugly. I'm sorry, it's fucking ugly. You guys want to go read about like the lives that women have lived throughout history, being denied personhood, being treated like a desk that you can ship from one side of the country to another, that you can order around, where it's legally enforced that you can beat your wife so long as you use a stick that's the right size, like legally. Like your husband could just beat you, your father or brother could just beat you, and there was nothing you could do about that for most of the history of the United States. It's a fucking ugly issue, and it's always going to be issue. So it's going to be an ugly issue. Yeah, the rule of thumb. What if I'm into pain play and that's your kink? That's kink. Go. Really? Really? Consent. Really? Okay, maybe that's a misinformation, Hellhound. Bluestone says, the main enforcer of toxic masculinity in my life was my mother. Imagine being an autistic person who literally can't conform to gender roles and your mom tells you you're gay if you don't conform. I don't have to imagine, okay? I've dealt with some of this shit myself, okay? My family was hostile and had a very, very hostile view on gender, especially as I got older. I know. Worshipper of the Olympian says, I feel like people who fit the beauty standard kind of need to stay out of the convo. I don't know if I agree with that, but thank you very much for the $20. There are rad femmes out there against wholly consensual dominant sub relationships. Yeah, I know, and they're stupid. I'm too pretty to talk on this. Yeah, guys. Me. I'm definitely the standard of beauty. I do appreciate that some of you find me beautiful, but let's just say that's not been my experience of life. Ever. Thanks, Nuts. I appreciate that, but like I said, that's not been my experience of life. I've never had a point in my life where people were particularly kind to my this is the first time. Maybe it's just the internet. Maybe the internet lets me find people who kind of like my looks or whatever. I mean, people in my life right now are great. Like now, I just mean in the past. Obviously now my partners are really good to me. Yeah, I do remember that, Somniostatic. That was from a long time ago. That was a long time ago. Very rare. Experience, don't put yourself. I'm not trying to put myself down. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Okay? It's telling people to not participate in the conversation because of their looks is a really, really, it is like the definition of a true slippery slope. 7-Eleven story is an old story from way back in the day. It's not a big deal. Those who know, know. Those who don't, don't. So let's talk about another thing, okay? We ended up having the argument that I expected was going to happen in this conversation. You know, I expected that we would end up getting this sort of thing, where it would become a distraction about what's really being talked about and whatever. But I want to talk about another thing, which is I want to talk about the issue of like of men's loneliness. And I want to talk about this idea that like lefties are hostile to conversations about men, because I don't actually find that to be true. I do think there are some progressives who are really, really bad about men's issues. But in truth, I find lefty spaces to be way more accepting of men talking about men's issues, provided that people are willing to pass, to give up the idea that like that there's like a contest or that it's men versus women. Because the problem that happens a lot of times is even in progressive spaces, this happens. You know, this happens. And let's talk about this we live in a society where men are expected to work all the time, and we already know. Now, everyone's expected to work all the time, but specifically, men are supposed to be the providers. Even in the modern era, men are told that they're supposed to be the providers. And men are driven into a position where they have to spend all their time working at their career, which intrinsically makes them lonelier people. Working on your career is a fruitless endeavor. And women don't seem to have the exact same problem to the same degree, partially because as a result of patriarchy, women have developed ways of socializing that are outside of the norm. Does that make sense? Women are cut out of the approved world. They're still frowned upon for being workers, even though most women work these days. They're still frowned upon for pursuing their career, even though most women have careers these days. But because for hundreds of years, women were not allowed to participate in the standard structures of socializing. Women have structures that are outside of, I have money, respect me. I'm the big man, come to me. Women have built connections out of a need to survive. And while that's not, like, I'm not saying that every single woman participates in this or every single woman has that, because a lot of women don't have that. It's more likely to happen because women are likely to know other women, and those women are likely to know older women who have already been living through this shit for their entire lives. They've already spent their lives getting harassed in the workplace, getting driven out of the workplace, getting squeezed out of the workplace. Men need to develop alternatives. And we can help in that. Believe it or not, this is an area where every person, not just men, can deeply assist with this, which is we can provide places for men to hang out and be themselves. Where men can make friends that don't have anything to do with just your career, with just advancing your career, that don't have anything to do with scoring all the women and boasting how many women you've fucked and all of that. We can build and help the men who do step away from patriarchy, who do step away from toxic masculinity, to build healthier and more robust and powerful connections. Because I can tell you that it's not a modern issue that men are unsatisfied with the life that the patriarchy has laid out for them. That they are unsatisfied with the life that patriarchal capitalism has laid out for them. You guys, have you ever heard of a play called Death of a Salesman? Death of a Salesman is one of the most famous and notably famous for devastating men when it came out, because it was a story about a man who wastes his entire life pursuing a career and being cruel to his son, only to end up unhappy as can be. This is a story that predates our time. We know that this path isn't satisfactory, and the answer isn't in bringing more women onto that path, although women might need to get into that path in order to survive. That's just a fact. If you live in capitalism, lots of women have to have careers now because even if they're discriminated against, they just have to tank the discrimination because you can't, how the fuck are you gonna pay the bills? But what I'm trying to say is that the patriarchal capitalist view is an empty world that leaves people unsatisfied. And it's going to require all of us, including the men who are currently encapsulated in patriarchy, recognizing that this structure is not satisfactory. Even the fulfilled version of this is not a satisfactory path. Of course, we need all hands on deck. And we get there by acknowledging that patriarchy has done what it has done, that patriarchy does not deliver on any of its promises, that its promises, keep in mind, that it's not just that it doesn't deliver on its promises, but also that its promises are inherently bad. We need everyone. And men who currently participate in or are a part of or are doubting or whatever, connected to patriarchy, men need to acknowledge that the promise is an abhorrent promise. A world in which men rule and all men, when that men are put on top and all women are put on bottom, is an abhorrent world. And guess what? Just to address the elephant in the room, it's okay if you're a dude and you like the idea of dominating women. That's okay. In fact, that's really cool, and some people find that super hot. But that shouldn't be the way the world is structured. That's not the way that society should be structured. If you and a girl hook up and make that happen, that's fucking poggers for you. That's fucking amazing, and it might be the hottest shit in the world. Maybe you'll even get a whole group of people, a bunch of wives. Maybe you'll have 18 wives and all of them are super into the fact that you're the patriarch of the house. That's pog for you. But don't you fucking dare extrapolate that out. And you have to acknowledge, everyone has to acknowledge the fact that these promises are abhorrent, that it doesn't deliver on those promises anyway, and that the cost is the absolute destruction of the psyche of anyone, but specifically those who furthest stray from the ideals of patriarchy. Keep that in mind. Almost no one lives up to the ideals of toxic masculinity and the ideals of patriarchy. Almost no men do. But the further you stray, the more you stick out. And women, femmes, and queer femmes stick out the most. So please recognize that those people are being crushed and their psyches are being ruined alongside yours in different ways than yours might be. All right. I think I gave my take. If you guys saw takes on this and you want me to address them, please feel free to throw them into chat. This is where we're going to move into well, here we go. Nordic Jer says, I think there needs to be a specific effort to identify patriarchs, as in those in the top upper class, and how they use their power to further these issues. We need a clearer target man that can also be centered around. Wait, but okay. The problem is that any man, when it's convenient for the system to do so, can be elevated to patriarch, but women can't, or very, very rarely can. Even a woman who does achieve the patriarchal ideal, like say a Hillary Clinton, still suffers from misogyny. Hillary Clinton didn't win. And if you don't think that misogyny didn't play a huge part in the fact that Hillary Clinton didn't win, you're kidding yourself. So while I do agree that targeting patriarchs is important, that recognizing the worst actors, that the worst actors are these patriarchal ultra-rich figures, definitely, obviously punch up, always, obviously target the worst people, but also recognize that part of the function of patriarchy is that you can just elevate as long as a guy is acceptable. Even mediocre guys. You guys think like some of the people who get elevated to positions of power are amazing? You guys think that Elon Musk is really like some kind of spectacular guy and not just a rich guy? It's part of the problem of patriarchy is that it can grab any willing man and scoop them up and turn them into one of those patriarchs. That's how it does it. That's how it operates. It offers the idea that you can be transformed, and it's true. Some men will be able to be transformed into the patriarchs, but a lot of people won't, nuts. And that's why you can't just, a lot of people won't. And that's just part of the reason, that's part of the reason why you can't just look at single patriarchs. That's why you can't just get mad at a single patriarch. You have to disassemble the system. Capo says, I've worked in corporate America and in positions that interact directly with the upper levels of leadership. Some of them are exceptional, but most of them you could replace with a broom and a hat. Yep. That's why we need to maintain and amplify the efforts, the push for more representation in positions of power and build systems to further it in the long term, such as representational parity regulations in fields. I don't think that's the answer, Nordique. I think the answer is we need to address which interlocked systems have prevented us from doing that. Feminist critiques aren't new. Women have been around and advocating for their own rights for a long time. The reason it's been so resistant to any change is because these are deep-seated issues. So while I do think that representation can help, it can break some cracks in the it can break a lot of cracks in certain aspects of the problem. It's only the beginning. It really is only the beginning. We can't just hope that like electing more women or having more women on boards is going to fix the problem, and it hasn't fixed the problem. Sorry, Posadas John. Girl bossing. Keep in mind that notice that when a girl boss succeeds, a girl boss is like the idea of a girl boss is a girl who behaves like a boss. It's a girl who acts like a male boss. It's not a girl who is being super feminine and getting to her position. No, it's a woman who who valiantly swears off femininity in order to embrace the masculine role. And while there's nothing wrong with that in and of itself, it doesn't fix the core problem. Worshipper of the Olympians with the incredibly generous $20. Thank you very much. In particular, of course, people of color, Black, and Indigenous feminists. Yes, I agree. Yes. Do you think early gender-related critical education of basically toxic gender roles and expectations on a broad level could be a good solution? I'm sure it would help. I just think that, like, I don't think there's an easy answer to this problem. I think it's going to require people taking firm stances in which they reject the assumptions of the patriarchy. They reject the idea that that women and men are engaged in a struggle against each other instead of one together. That we are all like you are elevated by becoming masculine as opposed to by being yourself and doing what you need to do. But yes. Oh, don't feel bad, Nuts. It's fine. We had a good conversation. There's lots of people are enjoying it. We still had productive discourse, even if I got heated up. Don't worry about it. You're fine. You don't need to feel bad. I disagree with some of the things you said, but whatever. Is traditional gender as a whole an issue? Well, I believe that. I'm a gender ascensionist, as I joke. Some people call this a gender abolitionist. There's similar positions. I think that gender is a inherently oppressive system, that a gender isn't really real. A gender is just like, we've come up with all kinds of gender expressions to cope with the fact that we're supposed to conform to a binary or bimodal system, depending on how conservative the person you're talking to is. But gender is intrinsically, it intrinsically sets people as one thing or the other thing, when the truth is that nobody is either of those things. There is no platonic ideal of a woman. There is no platonic ideal of a man. These are things that are shifting forever. I know, gender ascension sounds way more badass. That's why I call it gender ascension, because it's way cooler. And obviously, you guys know how I deal with gender. I'm a open gender freak, and I don't care. Gender pasadism, also a good one. Even terms like masc and femme generally are a little silly when used in a lot of ways. Wait, I agree 100% with that. Like, terms like masc and femme are really silly. Like, I blend masc and femme things all the time, constantly. I tend to, in my own self-perception and the way that and the things that I gravitate towards, I tend to gravitate towards femme, things that would be considered femme, but not always. And the truth is that what is considered femme now will not be considered femme in 10 years. And as a result, like a false binary only limits our ability to express ourselves. It only limits our ability to be our true selves. Because I would be willing to bet that most men, most super masculine men have at least one or two highly feminine typical things somewhere inside of them, somewhere in their likes and preferences and things that they like. And our adherence to a false binary only serves to apply pressure on those moments. And that's not me saying that you're bad if you like identify with masc or femme. I mean, I do. I call myself a non-binary trans woman, which some people think is super contradictory, but I don't think it's contradictory at all. This. Dress manly like the good old days? Yeah, here you go. I love this one. Quit being a wimp and dress manly like the good old days. Lace collar and cuffs, Henry II de Lorraine. Puff sleeves, King Gustav II Adolf. Medieval suspension method, 14th century. Thick legs, smells very nice. Silk stockings and hose, King Charles IX. High heels, King Louis XIV. Ballet dance, the dance masters of Renaissance Italy. Nail polish, the Ur of the Chaldeans. Makeup, King Louis XIV. Love lock hairstyle, King Charles I. Low-necked shirts, popularized by men in Renaissance Italy. Stays or corset for men, Great Britain throughout the 19th century. The skirt, King Henry VIII. Pink costume, 18th century France. Astolfo, legendary male paladin. There you go. I feel like Astolfo showing up in a lefty stream is like Godwin's Law. Yeah, I guess so. Mr. Gendershev, tear down this wall. True. Oklahoma says, my friend accidentally came out, or recently, no, my friend recently came out as trans. I'm super proud of them. Also, happy B-Day, Demon Mama. Thank you so much, Oklahoma. Thank you very much. I deeply appreciate that. Thanks a lot. A lot of us are still women. Don't call us non-binary when we aren't. Obviously, don't call people shit against their will. Obviously, I'm not saying that everyone needs to be called non-binary. That's literally the opposite of what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that us having rigid organization across a thing like gender is fucking dumb. It's fucking bad. It's not my B-Day today. It was my B-Day 2 days ago. 2 days ago? Yeah, 2 days ago. You offended the trad wife femmes? I don't care. They can be trad wife femmes. That's okay. But when you draw harsh lines around what is and what isn't feminine, you are being stupid. You are engaging in a stupid, pointless process. Also, please stop saying we need to force feminize all men. Trans men also don't say all women should take tea. Yes, but that's usually, intention's nasty. To be fair, the force feminize all men is a literal joke. It's a yeah. It's a shit post. Come on, guys. We got to be able to laugh at stuff still. The force feminize all men. I obviously don't agree in force feminizing all men. I fucking love my trans men, and I love. There's lots of cis men that I get along very well with and quite like. I don't need them to be feminized. It's just a joke. Sometimes people being weird to Vosh imply that they would treat him better if he was no longer a cis man. Well, that's fucking weird. Dear Mama, I have men friends. I do, though. It's okay, I have cis friends. I do have cis friends. And I do have men friends. Just because my house is particularly low on the mask spectrum does not mean that I don't have male friends. Or men friends. You're my token now. Yeah, Gayfesh, you're the token cis male. Totally. You'll be my cis male friend. Well, I have plenty. I assume you live under that bottom part of Hollow Knight with all the weird eggs. That's where I live. I don't live in a clown car. No, I live in a modestly sized house that is very comfortable. I have cis male friends, but for some reason I keep having to end up replacing them because then they end up being trans femme friends. Listen, that happens sometimes, okay? But unironically, the world would be a better place if you didn't have to only like toggle a switch from I'm going to be viewed as male to I'm going to be viewed as female. It would be a better world if people could just do what they wanted to do with their bodies and we enabled them to do so safely. We would live in a better world. This is why I am a gender ascensionist. We would live a better world if you didn't have to even think about that. If you could just say, wow, I want my body to be smoother. I want my body to be this way. I want to dress up in this type of clothes. I want more hair on my body. If you could just pursue those things freely, we would live in a better world. I already have 2 streamers living in your house. I have one streamer living in this house and one ex-streamer. Were we ever going to do the DJMUEL thing? Oh, yeah, we're doing that. We still got time. Don't worry. We're still doing that. We're not nuts. That's your fault. I'm sorry. That's your fault. Look up soulism. All right, I'll look that up, worshiper of the Olympians. Again, thank you very much for the incredibly generous $20. If humans had complete physical body autonomy, holy fuck, it would be so sick. Yeah, we're talking about DJMUEL again because everybody did this shit. It's so heinous. I know, we're gonna have to dig into it. It's gonna be really messy. But there's a reason, and you'll all understand the reason. I'd grow another pair of arms. Oh my God, me too, intention's nasty. I was talking about that the other day. It's so funny. Intention's nasty, I literally said the other day, it's fucking bullshit that we can't have 2 sets of arms. Oh my God, I would fucking die to get a second set of arms. Kay and the Astronomer with the $10, thank you so much. They said, I appreciate your thoughtful takes on this topic. It's always discouraging to see people who are hurt most by toxic masculinity make fun of men for trying to change. I think that's a problem. I think that doesn't help anybody. Imagine if we could anamorph into our ideal forms. Yes, that's amazing. Merrick's stream yesterday was so intense. What happened on, what happened on Merrick's stream yesterday? Was that about this topic? Oh my God, that's so poggers, Gayfish. Merrick went into her abuse for over an hour. Oh my God. That's really hard. Merrick dealt with a lot of shit, okay? Merrick's been through a lot, and Merrick knows a lot. Both firsthand and like from genuine deep thought and reading, Merrick knows a lot about abuse. Delaney says, trans identity seems to be such a threat to transphobic people because it basically shatters the barrier they felt like nobody could shatter. I think they see gender as a prison, and if some people break out, they get mad. I don't know. No, I think that's true. They don't see it as a prison, they see it as a control. Like, that if you're breaking out of it, well, what the hell's wrong with you? We have to do this. If we don't do this, the world will fall apart. They don't call it a prison. They don't see it as a prison. They see it as like a mold that keeps the world on the right path. But that's obviously not true. It's good. It is. Gender is a prison. It is not, it does not, it only preserves a certain type of world. The type of world that gender and strict gender roles preserves is the world we've been yelling about for the last 2 hours. Okay, I'm gonna eat my food now. Give me a second, everybody. If you are here and you have been enjoying the stream, please, please take just a second to press like and consider subscribing and maybe even throwing a few dollars my way. I have a Patreon, or you can donate right through my website. It's super, super easy. This show is 100% free and viewer supported, free to the public, always will be viewer supported. I don't do sponsorships or anything like that. So your support means the world to me. Like, subscribe, and consider subscribing to my website. I'm gonna eat really quick. I'm gonna eat my Taco Bell while we talk and I take some questions from chat, and then we're gonna talk about the drama. Elak Kaval says, I do think that there's a bit of glossing over of trans men in the community. Primarily, I see people asking for the experience of trans women, and I hardly see trans men at the forefront of this stuff, which might just be because of the space I'm in. And I get that trans femmes are more targeted than us by the media. I think it's just generally the way that it's talked about. I don't know that, I mean, because I do think that that trans masks are targeted in different ways. Trans femmes are used as like the spearhead, where it's like, oh, the creepy people are coming into your bathrooms. And then trans men are used as, look at what happens. Oh no, our beautiful daughters, they took tea and now it's that's the transphobia that happens towards trans men. So it's like, it's like the barbs and the tip of the spear. It's all transphobia, it's just different shapes. And and it's really fucked up and terrible. But it just means that it's talked about differently. Yeah, sure, Pandas Main. What is going on? What do you mean, what is going on? What's happening? I don't know. Wait, I'm the Tokus cis friend? Always have been. True! Fucking true! Banjo Kabubi, thank you for the $10. I agree. Important combos are painful but necessary. You're very welcome and thank you. I have yet to see any significant trans mask creators in this space. It depends on how you define the space. There are a lot of really popular trans mask YouTubers. For whatever reason, there just hasn't really been a whole lot of trans mask streamers. And I don't know why that is. I don't really know what the cause of that is. I think it really depends on what you mean by the space. Yeah, Jammy Dodgers has a huge channel. There's a lot of really cool trans mask creators. Streaming is just terrible. Okay, you want a hot take? You ready for a hot take? The reason why there's not, and I don't know if this is the only reason, but I'm gonna give you a hot take. Part of the reason why trans masks don't have as much of a position in the streaming politics space is specifically because the biggest figures to date in the streaming space have been obsessed with trans femmes. Unironically, like if you think about, look at just the arc of my stream. Look at the way that like the hostility with which it was directed at me, and the fact that like I had to continually keep streaming all the time through that. Like it's fucking terrible. It just means that like trans femme creators have had to step up and deal with the harassment, but also say something about it. And there just hasn't been like, if it had been that like, imagine it like this. Imagine if the #1 politics streamer or like the most known politics streamers were like British TERFs. Instead, they would fucking never talk about trans women. They would be fixating on trans men all the time. And that would mean that there would be an opportunity for people to reply to that, but that a lot of times trans femmes would be brushed to the side. It's not good. It's terrible. And I don't want it to be the case. I just literally think that that half the reason is because this gigantic flaming spotlight gets targeted on trans femmes for having the audacity to step up in the space. And if you manage to survive that, then some people know who you are. Oh, you should absolutely do that, Elac. You should absolutely do that. No, that's in the past. That's in the past, Posadas John. Those days are gone. I'm a fall asleep watching stream. Rest well, Aska. I hope you have a great night. The Eye of Sauron is, yes, always on trans femmes. And it's like I said, it means that you have a chance to get some level of exposure, which sometimes means that you can like make a name for yourself to some degree. People know who you are and then they'll check out your shit. But a lot of times, oh, and of course, Elac, we will do stuff together if you stream. I'm really sorry about that, Gale. The streaming community is fucking trash, unfortunately. Oh yeah, hell yeah, Electable. Oh damn, Louis boy. I don't know, they're both bad. Politics gaming sucks. I don't know, Louis boy. I wouldn't be able to answer that. That's hard. A wholesome distraction. All right. We're going to do that before we do the drama.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
I have not somniostatic. Oh, big.
Whoa.
Oh! Oh! Now this is sparring. Damn, that was wholesome. That was wholesome. Yeah, that's somebody's kink, of course. Of course. Oh yeah, the trans survey. I'm going to talk about that in depth on the next stream. For those who don't know, Laura just posted in chat, there is a survey currently available that is very valuable. If you want to hear your voice, if you want to have your voice heard, a rather prominent activist group is doing a broad survey of, of trans people, and it's available at ustranssurvey.org. I'm going to post it in chat again. I'm going to talk about it, and maybe I'll even do it on stream. You all should go check that out if you have the time. Click on that link and do the survey. It's a legitimate opportunity for you to contribute to some actual genuine knowledge of trans people and trans people's opinions. I don't know if it's US only. I don't know. Actually, I haven't checked it out yet. That's why I said I was going to talk about it on the next stream. Yeah. Have I read Chainsaw Man? I have not read Chainsaw Man yet. Well, thanks, Nuts. I appreciate that. I do appreciate you at least listening to my opinions. That way watching Demon Mama is like an indulgence. It gets you one coin of forgiveness from your transphobia. I should read. I've heard Chainsaw Man is good. Does Demon Mama give social credit? Yeah, in a form. In a form. Oh, thank you, RX Replicant. I appreciate that. My hair is in an awkward position right now, but I'm trying to grow it out. I want it to be long again. Oddworld, okay. Wait, I got one more thing. It's the video game I've been recommending people lately. Oddworld Soulstorm. Well, I'll take a look at this. I'll put this on my watch later. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Krabs. Have you watched Sandman? I have not yet. I've heard it's very good. I have not read the original Sandman either. I'm familiar with it, but I've never actually read the whole thing myself. So I gotta do that. It's on my list. Okay, 2 things. 1, real quick diversion. Real quick diversion while my food settles in. The quick diversion is recently I completed all 4 endings of the Bachelor campaign in Pathologic Classic HD. And I'm very proud of myself. I am now about halfway through the Changelings route in Pathologic Classic HD. For those of you who don't know, I am what could be referred to as autistically hyperfixated on Pathologic. Pathologic and the current iteration of Pathologic, which is a game called Pathologic 2. Don't worry, it's not really Pathologic 2. It's more like Pathologic reimagined. Play Pathologic 2. Play Pathologic 2 right now. It is literally it is the literature of video games. If you don't play it, you cannot truly consider yourself a connoisseur of video games, if you do consider yourself that. But its predecessor, Pathologic Classic HD, is a notoriously difficult, dense, and strange video game. It is also one of my favorite video games I've ever played. I absolutely love it. I could talk about it for hours, but I just wanted to take a minute to say, play Pathologic 2, consider being brave enough to tackle Pathologic 1, and you all should congratulate me for completing all 4 endings of the Bachelor path, and also for now making my way through the Changelings path. There you go. Clap me on the back. I tried Patho 1 while hungover, and it was the worst experience I've ever had with a game. That's intentional. I know that, like, a lot of people are not going to understand what I'm saying about that, but Pathologic is a game that isn't fun. And when I say it's not fun, that's not entirely honest, but it is a way of interpreting it. It is a game that has a lot of aspects that are the opposite of what you would expect from a video game. Pathologic is a game that shows that video games can have other emotional value than just addictive fun. And when people say a game isn't fun, a lot of times what they actually are saying is a game isn't addictive. A game doesn't it doesn't have that little loop. But the truth is, Pathologic is both fun and interestingly addictive, just not in the way that most people think of when they think of a game. Pathologic 1 is a work of art. And yes, it can be a frustrating experience. It can be a weird experience. Certain aspects of the game often sort of grind against people just a little bit, and that is intentional. H-Bomber Guy actually did an absolutely amazing, I finally watched it. That's right, I admit it. I admit it. I am the world's biggest Pathologic fan, and I never watched any video essays about Pathologic. I know, until now, I changed it. I finally watched H-Bomb's video about Pathologic, which is fantastic, by the way. But previously, I never watched any of them because I was content with my own experience of Pathologic and experiencing other people's sort of joy without having to read any analysis or listen to any analysis. But I will say, H-Bomber Guy's Pathologic video is fucking phenomenal. And I just wanted to say, Pathologic is a game that's really it's notoriously hard, and it's hard in a weird way. It's hard because it makes you engage with it in a way that most games do not, and that can be frustrating. It can be agitating. It can make you feel negative emotions. And Pathologic 2 is also very hard and very punishing in that way, but it is genuinely, there is no other experience like it. There's no other gaming experience quite like it. Yeah. So Why are we talking about Pathologic again? We're talking about Pathologic again because I've been playing the classic. And I've been playing classic and it's important to me. So yeah. Yes, yes, thank you, Delaney. Pathologic dares to be more than just a product. That's fucking sick, Niana. Is it still worth playing even if I know the ending? Yes. Pathologic is not a game that is about the ending, not even a little bit. The endings are interesting, and the endings are fascinating and interesting, but it's not a game that's about the ending. It's a game that's about experience. It's a game that's about transforming your brain. It's a game that forces you to learn new ways of thinking. Have I played this War of Mine? I have played only a very small amount of this War of Mine. However, it is on my list of things that I want to play. Wait, are you talking about the Pathologic 1 ending? The Pathologic 1 ending is very, it's much more abstract than the Pathologic 2 ending. But again, play Pathologic 2. Then if you find yourself enraptured by Pathologic 2, go back and play Pathologic 1. That's always my recommendation. I did, Pansabi. We're going to talk about that before the end. The graphics are fucking beautiful. Even in the original, even in Classic HD. Classic HD is it's a game that looks weird. It looks weird, but it doesn't look bad. And it's actually, the longer you spend in town, the more you're going to realize the incredibly beautiful aspects, the details that are there that you wouldn't have noticed if you just looked at the game. But Pathologic 2 is like breathtakingly beautiful. Pathologic 1 does have some old computer graphics jank, but I don't really care about that. I'm in my 30s. I played a lot of old janky games. True, Bonks Daily. Pathologic 2 is a very, what's it about? I should have mentioned. Pathologic 2 is a game about 3 different types of healers. And about how they view the world. You play as a doctor in a remote Russian town that is struck by a plague. And everything that happens from there on out is, I can't get into that. That's the only thing I can tell you. Everything else is a wild journey, okay? And like the gameplay is, you fight people, you do surgeries, you make medicines, you give medicines to your patients. It is a game unlike any other. It's a survival game. It's an immersive sim. And yeah, and then it goes from there. I can't really tell you anything else, but I'm telling you, you will love it. It is a wonderful game. It's a really, really good game. And when I say it's like gaming literature, it is. It's a game that is genuinely not only attempts to, but succeeds at being a true work of a true masterwork. Will you take the autism test? Yeah, sure. Send me the link. How long does it take to take it? Oh, and a warning. Pathologic 2 is really hard. It will make you mad at points. Pathologic 1 makes me mad at points. Pathologic 2 is very difficult. I promise you it's worth going through it. Even if you don't understand why it hurts so much, I assure you it's worth getting through it. What's Pathologic 1 about? The same thing. Pathologic 2 is a stupid name, unfortunately, but that was what the fucking publishers decided to name it. It was actually originally going to be called Pathologic Utopia, I believe was what it was going to be called here. It was going to be just like like another version of the game as opposed to like the sequel. It's not a sequel. It's like a reimagining. All right, we're gonna take the autism test real quick. All right, here we go. Let's take this autism test. How do I take it? Where's the test? How do I press it? Ah, here we go. So reverse Final Fantasy VII? Okay, true. Niana says Pathologic should be seen as separate from literature. It succeeds at things literature could not even attempt to approach. It is a transcendent gaming, yes. And when I say it's like literature, I mean that literature is like works of writing that push the boundaries of what writing can do. Pathologic is a game that pushes the boundaries of what games can do. Nuts, if you truly believe that games is the best art form, you need to beat both Pathologic 2 and Pathologic 1. Yes, this is a direct challenge. Have you ever played Morrowind? I have heard it compared to Pathologic. Yes, there are a lot of similarities between the gameplay of Morrowind and the gameplay of Pathologic 1. That similarity disappears in Pathologic 2. All right, let's see. I am a sympathetic person. True, what does sympathetic mean? Like sympathetic to other people? This test only takes 10 to 20 minutes if you don't have autism? Okay, well, let's try. What does this mean, though? What does a sympathetic person mean? Does that mean somebody is sympathetic to me, or am I sympathetic to them? Huh. All right, well, I'm going to say the first one. I often use words and phrases from movies and television in conversations. True, I guess. I mean, I just did an entire conversation about video games. I guess video games counts. I am often surprised when others tell me that I have been rude. I'm not really surprised. Well, maybe I was surprised by that when I was younger. I think I get it now. I don't know. That's really hard. Sometimes I talk too loudly or too softly and I'm not aware of it. Well, that's true. I've done that all the time. I often don't know how to act in social situations. Well, that was true when I was younger than 16. I had severe issue. I was like severely, when I was in high school, early high school, I was literally like extremely reclusive. All right. I can put myself in other people's shoes. True now and when I was young, of course. I have a hard time figuring out what some phrases mean, like you are the apple of my eye. What? I don't know. I feel like I've always been able to grasp certain phrases. I don't know. I guess I feel like, I don't know. I don't remember that. Okay, whatever. I guess I'll say, I don't know, never true. Whatever, who cares? I only like to talk to people who share my special interests. No. That's never been true. I've always talked to lots of people. Well, I guess I did only mostly hang out with people who played video games when I was younger. So I guess that was true when I was younger than 16. When I was under 16, I really did kind of, it wasn't that I wanted to, I just felt like I had to, you know? Part of the autism test is how hard the autism test is to take. Why do you have a fan going? Because it's hot in my room. It's really hot in this room. I focus on details rather than the overall idea. I don't think that's ever been true. maybe, I guess it would depend, but I don't think that's been true. I always notice how food feels in my mouth. This is more important to me than how it tastes. No, that's not true. I miss my best friends or family when we are apart for a long time. Yeah. Sometimes I offend others by saying what I am thinking, even if I don't mean to. Well, yeah, that's pretty true. I mean, I'm a streamer, obviously. I only like to think and talk about a few things that interest me. No, I don't know. I talk about a lot of things. I don't think that's true. I'd rather go out to eat in a restaurant by myself than with someone I know. No, I usually like going with people I like my partner or whatever. Not neurotypical people don't usually have. I'm not neurotypical. I just don't know if I have autism. I've never been diagnosed. I've never done a diagnostic for autism in my entire life. I have for ADHD. I know I have like hardcore diagnosed ADHD. I cannot imagine what it would be like to be someone else. No, that's not true. I have been told that I am clumsy or uncoordinated. Well, yeah, I mean, that's true. That was true mostly when I was younger. Not so true anymore. Others consider me odd or different. Well, that's definitely true. I understand when friends need to be comforted. I've always known that. I'm very sensitive to the way my clothes feel when I touch them. How they feel is more important to me than how they look. Well, that was true when I was younger. No, I think that is still true. I do choose my clothes. I choose my outer layers based on what they look like, but my inner layers are always chosen based on texture. I like to copy the way certain people speak and act. It helps me appear more normal. Oh, well, no, that's definitely true. I mean, I don't do that as much anymore, but like I had to learn to socialize by copying people. But I don't know if that's because of autism or because I grew up in a cult. No, we're gonna do the DJMUEL part after this. Don't worry, drama's coming up after this. Somebody wanted me to take the autism test. It can be very intimidating for me to talk to more than one person at the same time. Okay, that's true. I don't generally like to talk to a ton of people. Well, I guess it depends. These are really hard. These are really tough questions sometimes. I don't know. Yes, it's intimidating, but I do it anyway. Like, if I do it anyway, like, I have to act normal to please other people and make them like me. I mean, I don't do that anymore, but I definitely did that when I was young. But I feel like a lot of that is just me growing up. That was definitely true when I was younger than 16. I mean, I was a Christian. Meeting new people is usually easy for me. That's true only now. It was not easy for me to make friends when I was younger. I learned. I get highly confused when someone interrupts me when I'm talking about something. Oh, obviously. That has always been true for me. It is difficult for me to understand how other people are feeling when we're talking. No, I've always been pretty empathetic. I like having a conversation with several people, for instance, around a dinner table at school or at work. That's only really true now. When I was younger, I really did not like going to group dinners. I would always prefer one-on-one. I take things too literally, so I often miss what people are trying to say. Not really. It's very difficult for me to understand when someone is embarrassed or jealous. No, not really. Some ordinary textures that do not bother others feel very offensive when they touch my skin. I think I know what this is about, and I don't really think it's something I experience. I get extremely upset when the way I like to do things is suddenly changed. I don't know how to answer this because I feel like that would upset anyone. Like, I don't know, I change things. I mean, my life has changed so much. How do you, I don't know. Maybe when I was younger, that was definitely true. Well, I don't know. It's hard to say. I don't know. Maybe I should put never true. I get upset when, like, I would get upset if, like, my shit got moved around. And I get upset when like I have to move and shit. But that feels like that's more about being like poor and shit. Any slight change to my routine can cripple me. Well, I don't know that I think my routine is having no routine. Whatever. I'll say never true for this one. I have never wanted or needed to have what other people call an intimate relationship. Absolutely not true. Well, that wait. That was true when I was under 16. I literally, until I was like 17, I did not give a shit about having a partner at all. I only gave a shit about like reading, writing, video games, stuff like that. But that was under 16. Once I was 17, I had my first girlfriend, and then after that, I've been in a relationship basically constantly, or multiple. It's difficult for me to start and stop a conversation. I need to keep going until I am finished. That was definitely true when I was younger. I remember my dad mentioned that to me. I speak with a normal rhythm. True now and when I was young. What? What? I don't know. I have no fucking clue. Do I speak with a normal rhythm? I mean, people say I talk weird sometimes, but I don't know. I don't think I do. I don't fucking know. I don't remember how I spoke when I was younger, so I guess I'll just say true only now. The same sound, color, or texture can suddenly change from very sensitive to very dull. Okay, I guess you're right about that. No, I guess you're right about this. It is true. I am biasing this because I'm thinking not about on stream. I do literally stream for a living, and I will talk for hours about something without stopping. So actually, this is true. You're right. You're right. You're right about that. Thank you, Biceps and Bikinis. That is actually accurate. This is calling me out on my own bias from just ruling out the fact that I'm like literally pretending like I don't stream. Okay, the same sound, color, or texture can suddenly change from very sensitive to very dull. I don't know. I mean, actually, no. This is... Wait, hold on. The same sound. Hold on. When it comes to ASMR, I do... Okay, so this is true. This probably is accurate for... Okay, when I listen to ASMR, I listen to extremely chaotic ASMR. Most of the ASMR that I listen to is ASMR that is constantly changing either the screen or the sounds. So would that count? It's not just noise, you fucking idiot. Is that what this is talking about? Because sometimes it is very sensitive and then it will be very boring. Has to do with sensitive hearing. Yeah, I'm gonna put this one. The phrase, "I've got you under my skin," makes me uncomfortable. Sometimes the sound of a word or a high-pitched noise can be painful to my ears, obviously. When I was younger, I used to get really mad if I could hear something over my headphones, and that still holds to this day. If I'm listening to something in my headphones and there's a noise that overcomes the sound of my headphones, it does make me very angry. I am an understanding type of person, yes. I do not connect with characters in movies and cannot feel what they feel. That's never been true. I cannot tell when someone is flirting with me. That's not true. Well, that was true when I was younger than 16. I had no fucking clue about that. I can see in my mind in exact detail things that I'm interested in. That much is very true. I keep lists of things that interest me even when they have no practical use. Sports statistics, train schedules, calendar dates, historical facts, and dates. My brain is full of pathologic information. I don't know about this. This seems like, I don't know. Like, how do I answer this? Even when they have no practical use? Does my unbelievable amount of pathologic knowledge? Does my knowledge of like games like, well, I guess I play like a bunch of like simulator games and I do that, and I do have, okay, wait a second, hold on a minute. If my notepad has 15, no wait, hold on. If my notepad has 3 windows, each of which have no less than 5 tabs on them, does that count? Okay, I guess that counts. When I feel overwhelmed by my senses, I have to isolate myself, obviously. I like to talk things over with my friends, of course. I cannot tell if someone is interested or bored with what I'm saying. Maybe that was when I was younger than 16. It can be very hard to read someone's face, hand, and body movements when they are talking. No, I don't ever have that issue, really. I actually have the opposite. I'm hyper vigilant about people's face, hand, and body movements. The same thing, like closer temperatures can feel very different to me at very different times, obviously. I feel very comfortable with dating or being in social situations with others. I would not say that I would say that was, no, I say that's only true now. When I was younger, I was incredibly awkward in social situations, did not like them. I try to be as helpful as possible when other people tell me their personal problems, obviously. I have been told I have an unusual voice. For example, flat, monotone, childish, or high-pitched. I'm trans, obviously. That's true mostly now, though. Sometimes a thought or subject gets stuck in my mind and I have to talk about it even if no one is interested. Okay, if I ever want to talk about something, I can just boot up my stream and there will be people who listen to it. So I feel like this is, even if I don't force people to listen, at the same time, I literally am a professional streamer. If I want to talk about something, there are like 400 enablers who are like, there's like 400 people listening to me take an autism test right now. I do certain things with my hands over and over again. Obviously. Literally, I have a fucking fidget spinner. I know this one. I have never been interested in what most of the people I know consider interesting. No, that's not true. Well, when I was younger. No, I had that sensation when I was younger. When I was 16, I did not like sports. I did not like any like cars. I was not interested in like dating or anything like that. So whatever. I am considered a compassionate type of person. Yes. I get along with other people by following a set of specific rules that help me look normal. That was true when I was under 16, but I don't do that anymore. I've moved away from that. It's very difficult for me to work and function in groups. I mean, I do solo content all the time and I mostly avoid group collaboration, but that doesn't mean that I don't. I don't know. I like working in groups when, I don't know. Maybe I think this is probably true when I was younger than 16. I would actively avoid group projects when I was younger than 16. No, you have to understand, Nuts, when I was under 16, I literally adhered to Christian rules. Like, I did not want anyone to ever see me. When I was younger, I was so, like, I don't know, socializing was painful. So that was in the past. But I'm not like that anymore. When I'm talking to someone, it's hard to change the subject. If the other person does so, I can get very upset and confused. No, I think it's true. I can own this. I do tend to get confused. I do tend to get upset when the subject gets changed from something I'm interested in to something I'm not interested in. Sometimes I have to cover my ears to block out painful noises like black vacuum cleaners. I feel like everybody has to do that, but sure. I can chat and make small talk with people. That's true only now. I couldn't do that when I was younger. Sometimes things that should feel painful are not. For instance, when I hurt myself or burn my hand on the stove. Everybody, this hurt. Does body mods count? I got my tongue split intentionally. I got a giant tattoo. I don't know. Things that should feel painful don't. I shocked myself on stream and it didn't bother. It still hurts. Not everyone would get a body mod to that level of extremity. I mean, it did hurt. I feel you're coping a little bit. What do you mean I'm coping a little bit? Wait, hold on. Why are people saying I'm coping? Isn't that more physical than mental? I think they mean sensory distortion. Quantify pain right now. Pain. When I think of pain, I think of when they pulled the stitching out of my tongue. There was a piece of there was a stiff piece, and when they pulled it out of my tongue, it brushed the nerve in my tongue, and it almost made me pass out. Because it was literally a string pulling on the nerve. It made me cry. That's what I think of when I think of pain. I feel like I have a distorted sense of pain because my pain tolerance is insanely high. Is that what that means? Is that what that means? Sometimes things that should feel painful? Well, I feel the pain. I just have a high pain tolerance. I think your answer is no. Some things that should feel painful are not. So that would be never true then. I don't know. I feel like I feel it. I just can endure it. I know how to endure pain. It gives an example of burning your hand on the stove. No, I usually notice that type of stuff. Like, I usually notice when I injure myself. When talking to someone, I have a hard time telling when it's my turn to talk or listen. Maybe true when I was younger, but not right now. Hello. I didn't eat that burrito. Okay. I was too full. Thank you. I'm going to do one more segment after this, and then I'll wrap.
What you doing?
They made me take the autism test.
Oh, shit.
But I don't know. People are saying I'm coping, but I don't understand.
Are you passing or failing?
I don't know. What does that mean?
I don't know either.
Okay, when talking to someone, I have a hard time telling when it's my turn.
Is that autism if we don't know?
I don't, that's what somebody said. Somebody said if you have trouble with these questions, it should take you only like 10 minutes. But if you're having trouble with them, it probably means you're autistic.
No.
I'm considered a loner by those who know me best. When I was younger, absolutely true, not true anymore. I usually speak in a normal tone. What? What does that even mean? How am I supposed to answer that? How am I supposed to fucking answer this? Do I speak in a normal tone?
It's been 20 minutes. I mean, I don't know. What does it mean to speak in a normal tone?
I have no fucking clue. People are saying I'm coping. I don't even know what that means. What am I coping about? What could I possibly be coping about? I don't understand. Now I'm feeling like I'm being like I'm confused because I don't know what you mean when you say I'm fucking coping. All right, I don't know. Do I speak in a normal tone? I'll say it was true now. I don't remember how I spoke when I was a kid, but I got in trouble a lot, so.
Have fun with that.
Okay, thank you. All right. I like things to be exactly the same day after day, and even small changes in my routines upset me. That is not true. How to make friends and socialize is a mystery to me. That was only when I was younger. It calms me to spin around or to rock in a chair. Obviously. The phrase, he wears his heart on his sleeve, does not make sense to me. That's not true. I understood fucking metaphor. If I'm in a place where there are many smells, textures to feel, noises, or bright lights, I can feel anxious or frightened. When I was younger, that was probably, oh my God. Holy shit. I just inhaled my own spit. I hiccuped and inhaled my own fucking spit. Holy shit. Oh my God. Fuck. Oh, shut the fuck up. Okay. I can tell when someone says one thing but means something else. That's true only now. I like to be myself as much as I can. No, but that was true when I was younger. Now I much prefer the presence of people that I know very well. I keep my thoughts stacked in my memory like they are on filing cards, and I pick out the ones I need by looking through the stack and finding the right one, or another unique way. No, my thoughts look like this. This is what my thoughts look like, okay? Here. This is what my thoughts look like. Hold on, I'm gonna show you guys what my thoughts look like. Wait, oh shit. Here, I'll give you an idea of how I visualize my thoughts, okay? Hold on. Where'd it go? Here we go. This, I know I'm doing it again. This is what prompted this in the first place, but this is the best way that I could describe my thoughts. The most accurate thought map that I've ever had was from Pathologic 2. This is how I think about things. I have like a relevant, I have like a big thought and all of the attached smaller thoughts and then lines between them. This is a really good visualization of how I think about things. I have big important thing that I need to remember, and then the details will come in based on mimetic devices or mnemonic devices. So here will be I am streaming today, and then there will be I need to shower, I need to prep the room, oh my goodness, I need to do my notes. All those things. It's not like a stack. It's like there are key things, and what I will do is like I leave notes for myself all over the place. Okay, I guess this qualifies or as well, I don't know. Do other people do it like this? Like, I don't know. Like, how would I ever answer if this is a unique way of thinking? I don't know if this is like a unique way of thinking or if other people do it like this. Okay. I don't do that. I definitely do this. So like, I think my way of doing it, but they say another unique way. I would say that the way that I do things is like I leave notes for myself all over the place that will remind me of other things that are important. But I have I guess it counts. But I am diagnosed with ADHD. This might be causing some false positives. I've always had like crazy amounts of notebooks though. Like through my entire life, I have like hundreds of pages of notebooks of my own personal notes. I don't know. The same sound sometimes seems very loud or very soft, even though I know it has not changed. I get like that with fans sometimes. Like fans will sometimes really bother me at night. Or like if there's like a squeak in the room. But I feel like, I don't know. I don't think so. I enjoy spending time eating and talking with my family and friends. Of course. That's of course true. Well, okay, that was true that's true only now. When I was younger, I basically never wanted to be at dinner. I always wanted to be doing my things. I can't tolerate things I dislike. Smells, textures, sounds, or colors. No, that's not true. I've always been able to. I don't like to be hugged or held. No, I'm okay with being hugged or held. When I go somewhere, I have to follow a familiar route or I can get very confused and upset. Not really true for me. It's difficult to figure out what others expect of me, obviously. I like to have close friends. Of course I do. People tell me that I give too much detail. Obviously they do that. I am often told that I ask embarrassing questions. I was told that when I was younger. I don't really know if I do that to this degree anymore. I tend to point out other people's mistakes. Okay, I'm a streamer, obviously. All right, let's do it. Work? Did it work? Did it fucking work? Where do I see? I got 8. Wait, is that what I got here? No, that's not. Where does it say? Where'd the score go? Oh, wait. Wait, I just took it. Wait, where'd it go? Oh, come on. Okay, hold on. I gotta go. Wait, oh, this is it, right? This is my answers, right? What? Wait, where the hell? My shit got cleared? Hold on, is it because of this blocker? Okay, oh my fucking God. I can't tell. Okay, no, this is not accurate. It didn't give me it. Okay, I gotta go through really quick. I have to go through and answer the same questions really quick so we don't waste time. Hold on. Yes. True. That was true when I was younger. True. Not only when I was younger. I can put myself in other people's true. Hard time figure out. No, that's not true. I like to talk to people who share my special interests. Obviously true. I focus on details rather than the overall idea. Not true. I always notice how food. No, that's not true. I've always been okay about taste. I miss my best friends. That's true. I sometimes offend others, even if I don't mean to, obviously. I like to think and talk about a few things that interest me. No, I like to talk about many things. I'd rather go out to eat in a restaurant by myself than with someone I know. That was true when I was younger. I cannot imagine what it would be like to be somebody else. Never true. I've been told that I've been clumsy when I was younger. Others consider me odd or different. True. Others, I understand when friends need to be comforted. True. I'm sensitive to the way my clothes feel. True. I like to copy the way certain people act when I was younger. Yes. Can be intimidating. True, obviously. I can act normal when I was younger. True. Meeting people is usually easy. True only now. I get highly confused when someone interrupts me. True. Not highly confused or upset is what I said. Yeah, that's true. It's difficult for me to understand how other people are feeling when we're talking. Never been true. I like having conversation with several people. True only now. I take things too literally. Never true. Always been very difficult for me to understand when someone's embarrassed or jealous. No, I've understood that. Some ordinary textures that do not bother others feel very offensive when they touch my skin. I can't remember. What did I answer on this? I don't remember. I don't know. I can't remember if I decided this was true when I was younger. But wait. No, I don't think so. I get extremely upset when the way I do things is suddenly changed. When I was younger, that was true. I have never wanted or needed. That was true when I was younger. It's difficult for me to start and stop. Yeah, obviously. I speak with a normal rhythm. True only now, maybe. The same color change. Yes, true. The phrase, I've got you under my skin. I have no idea what that means. Sometimes the sound of a word or high-pitched noise. Yes. I'm an understanding type of person. Yes. I do not connect with characters. No. I cannot tell when someone is flirting with me. True when I was younger. I can see in my mind the exact detail. Yes. I've always been able to do that. I keep lists of things that interest me. True. When I feel overwhelmed by my senses. True. I like to talk things over with my friends. True. I cannot tell if someone is interested or bored with what I'm saying. True when I was younger, not now. It can be very hard to read someone's face. No. The same thing can feel very different to me at different times. Obviously, I feel very comfortable with dating only now. Wait, hold on. Okay. I try to be as helpful as I can. True. I've been told that I have an unusual voice only when I was younger. Sometimes a thought or a subject gets stuck in my mind. I have to talk about it even though nobody is interested. Obviously, we already did that one because I'm a streamer. I do certain things with my hands. Obviously, always have. I have never been interested in what most of the people I know. True when I was younger. I'm considered a compassionate. True. I consider myself a compassionate type of person. I try to be. I get along with other people following a specific set of rules that help me look normal. When I was younger, that was absolutely true. I guess it was true. I guess it was true in my early 20s too, but I don't know. We'll put both. It is difficult for me to work and function in groups. True when I was younger. When I'm talking to someone, it's hard to change the subject. True. I can admit that. Sometimes I have to cover my ears to block out painful noises. I don't think so. Well, I mean, yeah, sometimes. Yeah, sometimes. Wait, I can chat and make small talk. True only now. Sometimes things that should feel painful are not. I don't think so. When talking to someone, I have a hard time telling when it's my turn to talk. I don't think so. Maybe when I was younger. I don't think so, though. I am considered a loner only when I was younger. When I was younger, I was a super loner. I usually speak in a normal tone. I don't know. Really like things to be exactly the same. That's not been true. I've always liked a little bit of mix-up. How to make friends and mystery. That was when I was younger. I figured it out now. It calms me down to spin a rock. Yes, it does. The phrase, he wears his heart on his sleeve, does not make sense. No. If I'm in a place where there are many smells, I can feel anxious or frightened. That's especially true when I was younger than 16. I can tell when someone says one thing but means something else. That's true. I've always been able to do that. I like to be by myself as much as I can. That was true when I was younger. I don't mind being together with people, but I'm kind of picky about my company that I keep. I keep my thoughts stacked in my memory. No, this is the one with the unique thoughts. Okay. The same sound sometimes seems very loud or soft. I don't think so. I enjoy spending time eating and talking. True only now. I didn't like that before. I can't tolerate things I dislike. No, I've always been able to deal with it if I need to. No, that's not true. When I go somewhere, I have to follow a familiar route. No, I don't think so. It's difficult to figure out what other people expect of me. Obviously, I like to have close friends. Yeah, obviously. People tell me I give too much detail. Yes. I've been told I ask embarrassing questions when I was younger. I tend to point out other people's mistakes. True. Okay. Did it break again? Wait, it turned green this time. Oh. Wait, hold on. Where's the answers? I just did this one. Where's the answers? They're in that little box. Are you sure about that? Here? Oh, wait, this? This is the one? No, this isn't. Where's the little box that you're talking about? I don't see it. Wait, this is it? I don't think so. I think this is just the basic information. Am I just totally missing this? Is my computer broke it? Oh my God. This is true. So it doesn't... It should just be in a box below it. It's a browser problem? Oh my God. Well, now I feel like I have to. My answers look like this. Let's take a look. Okay, so how come mine's not working? So what is there a way to take it properly? Is there a way? Why is it not working for me? Huh? God, this sucks. It must be a browser issue. I turned off all my shit. So then what? Hold on a second. Let's try it in wait, let's try Edge, right? Edge is wait. Yeah, Edge. Let's try it in Edge then. Here. I can do it really fucking fast, okay? I'm gonna do it really fast in Edge. I know, I'm speedrunning again. I'm getting really good at this, everybody. You guys wanted me to do this. Don't get mad at me. That was true now. I often don't know how to act. No, that was true when I was younger. I can. Yes, I can. I have a hard time figuring out. Hold on a second, everybody. It's younger. Waiting for me to talk to more than one person at the same time. That's true. Act normal. True when I was no, that's true when I was younger. Meeting new people is usually true only now. True. No, that's not been true. I like having conversation. That's true only now. No. It's true only younger. True. I have no idea. I have no idea. True only now, I guess. Same sound. Yes, obviously. No. Yes. Yes. No. It's true only when I was younger. Yes. 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 True when I was younger. Be very hard to read someone's face. No. Things I like. I don't know. But yes, obviously. I feel very comfortable. True only now. True. True when I was younger. Sometimes the thought or subject gets stuck in my mind. Yep. Yep. Only when I was younger. Blah, 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 blah. Sorry, everybody. I know this is boring, but guess what? When I'm talking to someone, it's hard to change the subject. The other person does so. Yeah, true. I know. Just to cover my ears. True. I can chat and make small. Well, no, wait. I don't do that anymore. But I don't. Well, I don't know. I guess I sometimes do. Well, I guess it depends. I can chat and make small talk with people. Yeah, true. Now, sometimes things that should feel painful are not. No. When talking to somebody, I have a hard time telling when it's my turn. No. I don't think so. I was considered a loner when I was younger. True only now. I like things to be exactly the same. No, that's not been true. No, true. Wait, that's true only in the past. Calls me to spin. Yes. Wears his heart on his sleeve. No. If I'm in a place there are many smells. True when I was younger. Tell when somebody says one thing. True. I can. I like to be by myself. Mostly when I was younger. I like to keep my thoughts in memory. Yeah, I know this one. Same sound. Seems to. Yep, I know. Enjoy spending time. Yeah, of course. That was true only now. I can't tolerate things. No, I've always been able to do that. No, no, no. Want to go somewhere? No. It's difficult to figure out whether people. True. I like to have close friends. True. People say I give too much detail. True. People say I asked. That was true when I was younger. I tend to point out other people's mistakes. True. Okay. Can we get it this time? Why? You fucking evil thing! You fucking evil thing! Oh my god! Why? Why would you do this to me? Why? My blood is actually fucking boiling right now. It didn't. It's not, there's nothing up here. It's broken. It doesn't work. I just did it on Edge and I did it twice on Firefox. Apparently I need to do, it's supposed to show up next to the button. Yeah, I pressed it and it didn't work. It's driving me crazy. It did turn green on the other one. I just feel incredibly stressed out by the fact that this didn't work. Chrome? Fucking Chrome? Wow. Try refreshing the previous page. It didn't work. I don't fucking get it. Hold on. Is there another one? Is there another website? Is there like a... Oh, God. No, these are busted. Is this what it's like to play Pathologic? No, this is worse than Pathologic. Pathologic is fun by comparison to this. What am I doing right now? I am failing to pass an autism test, apparently. People told me to take this autism test, and it keeps breaking, and it's making me incredibly fucking angry. Can it be scored easily by hand? Yeah, apparently it can, but oh my god. Okay, here's one. Wait, this is a short one. Here's a short one. Here's a short one. Maybe this one will work. These are some of the right one, but this only has 15 questions. It's not true. I focus on details. No, that's not true. No, that's not true. When I was younger. So this one is like 14 and above, but this is like a small one. The site's just busted. Yeah, this one was really tiny. I don't know. Is there another one? What about this one? Ah, here we go. Hey, here it is. Wait a minute. We can do it. I can do it now. Ha 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 ha. Wait, that's true. Hold on. It's true when I was younger. Wait, no, wait. They said on the other one I'm supposed to say yes if it's over age of 17, which that was. I don't do that anymore, but I used to. I used to mask really hard when I was in a sales job. I didn't even have that term, and I used to call it that. Yeah. Wait, that's the one I was supposed to do here. Hold on, wait. Meeting new people is usually easy for me. That's true only now. That's true. No. I've always been very empathetic. That's only true now. I take things literally. No. I get very frustrated at that. I've never wanted or needed. No, that was true. That's true only now. Wait, that's true only when I was younger. Yes, this is true. Well, I think we have a definitive answer right here, by the way. This one right here. It is difficult for me to start and stop a conversation. I need to keep going until I'm finished. I've now taken this test 4 fucking times on stream. So I think we have a definitive answer to this fucking question. When I was younger. True when I was younger. True. No, I don't think so. True only now. I can't tolerate things that's not true. No, that's not true. If I go somewhere, I have a follower. No, that's not true. Stick with me to, yes, that's true. I like to have close friends. People tell me I go into too much detail. I'm told I ask embarrassing questions when I was younger. Yes, I tend to point out people's mistakes. Okay, there we go. Please, God. 79, hold on. Current test results, 107. The ASD threshold is 65, and the ASD statistical mean is 131. I just scored a 107. What? So wait, does the threshold is 65? Is that really true though? Is this really how people score? I got a 107 out of I don't know. Wait, did I forget to answer a question? Hold on, I forgot to answer a question. Hold on, there's a question I skipped. Wait, there's a question I accidentally skipped. Hold on. How did I skip a question? Where's the one that I skipped? Ah, here it is. There we go. There, I'll fix it now. 106. 65 is when they start considering a diagnosis. You got a 25? Not per the other site, 90 equals stronger indications. 130 is the mean score of autistic people, strong evidence. So I'm between those. Oh, okay. Can I get the link to this one? Well, this one actually works. So yeah, here, you guys can have the link with this one. No fucking idea. I mean, I know I have ADHD, so I don't know. I know there's a lot of overlap, but whatever. Like a lot of these questions are pretty similar to the ADHD ones. Although ADHD fixates more on focus, whether you can focus on things. And yes, ADHD and autism are basically cousins, brain cousins. Damn, you cleared it. My formerly diagnosed friend got like a 115, 116, so that's pretty close. That's interesting. Why did I do that again? I got a C- on the autism test. Maybe I did. No neurotypically supposedly scores over 65. I feel like that's like, I don't know. I don't fucking know. I don't know what any of this means. I mean, I know I'm neuroatypical. Like I've been open about that for a long time. It's just whether it's autistic. I've never been tested until this is the first like autism test that I've taken. I don't know. There's a lot of info on this page about it. Huh. Huh. Sure, go ahead. We're about to talk about one more thing, which is the treat that you've all been waiting for and that I made you sit through me doing 70 autism tests to prove that I definitely don't have a problem with hyperfixating on shit. Now you guys have the evidence, okay? There you go. Is it bad that I just feel angry? Is it bad that I still feel mad that the initial test didn't work and I had to take it 5 times? I just feel extremely pissed off right now. Oh. Taking a test like this on stream feels very embarrassing. Especially having to take it 5 times on stream. We were unable to conclude if I have autism, but we have proven that I am retarded. There you go. Oh, I heard about this. This is going to be on my list. Yeah, I heard about this, that there was a shooting of a 15-year-old at a fucking Family Dollar. Yeah, it was in Mississippi. That's so sad. You need a 150 plus for the pass? You motherfuckers, it was self-referential, you idiots. You fucking policing idiots. It was self-referential. Self-referentially, I can use whatever the fuck I want, you stupid fucks. Fucking... No, this is not even a Vaush moment. I'm sorry, I have to make a distinction here. Because Vaush calls other people and things retarded, and he says that, and he says it's because he has the pass. I have only ever used it against me, okay? Shut the fuck up. You fucking assholes. Man, you all are brutal. Fucking like my stream and give me money, you assholes. I just fucking bared my soul to the internet, and people are gonna fucking grab this and make fun of me for the next 40 years. I'm gonna be dealing with this shit. There's gonna be fucking people who hate me posting the time that I had to take the fucking autism test 900 times. Being a streamer is a thankless job. You all just get to throw tomatoes at me. And I just have to sit here and take it. Because that's what you pay for. Oh, thanks. I appreciate that, Gayfish. It's like being a poopsmith. Yeah, it is. It's like being the poopsmith. I appreciate that. All right, you guys want some drama? You want some fucking junk food? Y'all want some goddamn junk food? All right, let's do some fucking junk food. I got some junk food for you, okay? Here's the junk food, everybody. Some of you may know. Xerox13 sir with the $5. Thank you very much. I did it not for free. Now I can say I didn't do it for free. Thank you very, very much. Oh, you wanted the link? Wait, I posted the link 100 times, Pansabi. There's the link. There you go. All right, everybody. Some of you may know that a couple of weeks ago, I made a video calling out a content creator by the name of DJMUEL. The video can be easily seen on my channel. It was, I should honestly have had the link ready, but given that I was just distracted by my fucking chat, I don't have the link ready. Yes, I'm blaming my chat for not having the link ready, even though it's my own fucking fault. I'll grab you the link and I'll post it in here so you guys can go fucking watch the video if you want.
Are you trying to say
if you haven't seen my video about DJMUEL, it's wait, that's at a timestamp. God damn it. Don't do the time. There we go. Here's the one. This is the video right here. Bam! Bam! Now none of you have any excuse. My video is now posted in the chat, so that you all can enjoy it if you want to. I reviewed a video essay by a content creator, and I say that with big quotes, by the name of DJMUEL. It was, without a doubt, one of the worst video essays I've ever seen in my entire life. It was a hit piece on another streamer by the name of Xanderhall. I'm quite fond of Xanderhall. I was very open of my friendship with Xanderhall in the video, and I tried to make it as clear as possible. My problems with the video were not that they were making fun of or targeting Xanderhall, but the way that they went about it. Now, unfortunately, this video has somehow managed to garner some staying power in certain spheres. And when I say certain spheres, I mean an incredibly small clique of people have basically continued to promote this video, despite the fact that basically that this video has somehow managed to be a unity point between even former worst enemies on the internet, okay? The agreement that this video fucking sucks, that this hit piece was a lazy piece of propagandistic garbage, managed to unite some of the polar opposite communities on the internet because it's just such a blatantly dishonest and bad video. By the way, Thick Boy with the $10, thank you very, very much. So it's a really, really bad video. My video speaks for itself. I know, yes, literally me and even Destiny and I agreed that the video was trash, okay? I couldn't even believe it. It was like hell had frozen over. That is so unlikely, but it happened. It was a terrible video. Now, unfortunately, a number of things have happened in the sort of aftermath of this video, which is that a certain clique of people on the internet have circled the wagons. If you're not familiar with what it means to circle the wagons, let me explain that concept to you. Circling the wagons is when one of a group comes under attack, everyone else circles around to protect that member. It's a term that is often used to sort of point out excessive in-group preference, okay? Yo, Snake Freak, thank you so much for the $10. You're very, very welcome. It's like, yeah, circling the wagons. One person in a group gets attacked, everybody else circles around them to protect them. Now, obviously, every group of every group of friends on the planet obviously does this to a certain degree. We all want to look out for the people that we care about. However, certain examples of circling the wagons gets to a point of just unbelievable dishonesty, and it's okay for us to call out when someone is being so partial to a perceived member of their group that they are incapable of acknowledging the things that went wrong. And that is something that has absolutely happened with this particular situation. Now, looking at these tweets here, you might notice that, hey, a lot of people engage with this tweet, and a lot of people engage with this tweet. And we're going to talk about these two tweets because in the nightmare morass of Twitter, I have seen an unfortunately large amount of defense for DJMUEL. And some of the people doing defense for DJMUEL are people with huge accounts. And the things that they're defending DJMUEL for is nothing short of deep hypocrisy, okay? And let me sort of qualify what I'm saying here. The video that DJMUEL made was not just low quality. The video that DJMUEL made was horrifically abusive. It did abuse apologia. It was absolutely packed to the absolute brim with verifiable lies. It speculated on the relationship of somebody he doesn't know personally and speculated in the face of evidence to simply just to propose the idea that somebody Xanderhall, who had been the victim of very obvious abuse, was actually lying about his abuse. In the video, DJMUEL not only downplayed the severity of the abuse, but also repeatedly told Xanderhall to have makeup sex, or that he should have just gotten over it, that he should have gotten gotten better at his relationship, and maybe he wouldn't have gotten abused. It was genuinely disgusting. It was a truly toxic video, and no one on the left should be able to watch that video and conclude that it was like the correct path, that it was making arguments that were good, regardless of whether its quality was bad, which its quality was indeed bad. So the reason why I think it's a big deal, the reason why I've made I've stuck to my guns on how bad that video was, is because I think that it's easily qualified. I think that you can very easily point out exactly what was wrong with this video that is unequivocal or close to it. But unfortunately, not only have people who agree with the video content creators' general political prescriptions. And when I say I agree, it's funny because they won't actually take a stance on any of the actual claims made in the video. They only agree with the sort of general political predilection of DJMUEL. Nobody has been willing to actually sit down and say, yeah, DJMUEL's video was good. Here's the things I agree with. Because if you were to do that, you would have to address the fact that there are issues of pure factuality that DJMUEL not only made mistakes on, but misrepresented and then used those to jump into abuse apologia. Instead, what you see is people basically coming up with copy excuses as for why all of the criticisms of DJMUEL don't matter. And one of the worst examples of this in recent memory is this individual here by the name of Kayfabe Signifier on Twitter, aka FD Signifier. Some of you may know FD Signifier is a pretty big YouTuber. I'm going to bring up his channel right now so you can get an idea. FD Signifier does a bunch of YouTube, sort of like lefty YouTube videos, and he's got 381,000 subscribers. So a pretty fucking huge channel we've got going on here, okay? FD Signifier's got a big reach, okay? Not the biggest reach in the world, but significantly larger than myself, infinitely larger than DJMUEL, and significantly larger by about 4 times than Xanderhall, the person who is being talked about in this video. And FD Signifier had a lot to say about this video. Here's my view. Let's be charitable to Xan and say that DJMUEL got that whole situation wrong. That's definitely not good if that's your perspective. But the smear campaign and the harassment from Xan and the rest of those guys' fan base is excessive, and let's be clear, hypocritical. The folks that orbit in that debate space have some of the worst baggage. Some are still actively harming people in their behavior, let alone a number who are ex-white supremacists. This is a gigantic, massive whataboutism. Literally sidestepping. Well, what if Mule did lie about everything? What if he lied and came to conclusions that are disgusting? What if he lied in order to give the idea that Xanderhall is someone who he's not? Well, let's just ignore that, because the folks that orbit in that debate space have some of the worst baggage. Some are still actively harming people in their behavior, let alone the number who are ex-white supremacists. Notice how there is no specificity whatsoever? Notice how it's just a bunch of vague bullshit? Well, I got frustrated because there was a lot of these. Like, take a look at this one. The fact that they decided to ride on Mule and try to oust him from the left to the point where I'm blocking people in my chat but want to give their own a pass is unambiguously trash behavior. DJMUEL does not, and the type of behavior that DJMUEL engaged with should not have a place on the left. There should be no room, no flavor of leftism should be okay with, I don't care what type of leftist you are. no flavor of leftism should be okay with a guy who picks a seemingly easy target, makes up lies about them for hours, spreads misinformation about them, accuses them of being an abuser when they were the one who was abused, and they have the evidence, and literally the person who he was trying to defend, Xander Hall's ex, literally showed up in the comments to say this video does not represent me because that's how bad that video was. Literally, the person, Xander Hall's own fucking ex commented on the video. Yes, literally, yes. And so FD Signifier, with his huge platform, decided to weigh in to defend Mule. Literally, that's what's going on here. This is a defensive Mule. He's literally saying, oh, well, we shouldn't have treated Mule badly, even if he did do everything that they said was wrong. So what FD Signifier's argument is here, FD Signifier is saying that because DJMUEL is a leftist, we should look the other way when he lies, slanders, and goes complete abuse apologia. All of these things which are not acceptable social behaviors in general, but are especially not acceptable behaviors for a leftist. Abuse apologia has no space in the left. No space in any left I want to belong to. But I wanted to show something else because I had another response to this as well. So first I said, it's astonishing to me the levels of mental gymnastics that people will engage in to downplay a member of their online friend group engaging in raw, unequivocal, on-video abuse apologia that flies in the face of everything they claim to believe. This is erasure on top of blatant lies. Endless doubling down instead of just admitting that you were wrong and circled the wagons around an unrepentant liar and an abuse apologist who made a video mocking a victim of abuse for being abused. And yes, that is what DJMUEL's video did. If you feel like you don't have enough evidence to conclude that, I invite you to please watch my or any of the many videos that have now been made responding to DJMUEL. I made a video. Vosh made a video, Cherry made a video, Gallet made a video. All of these are people with very different political backgrounds. I have very different opinions on things than Vosh does. All of our videos talked about different things, but all of us talked about a couple of things in common. Oh, and Ecofish. Ecofish also did a video. I haven't seen that whole video, so I can't really recommend it. But a lot of people have recommended that video to me. I haven't watched the whole video. And this is where I got really mad. I was the first person to make a video responding to DJMUEL's lie-filled hyper-parasocial video about Xander Hall. You and your buddies pretend I do not exist because showing your fans a vocal, very left trans woman calling out the guy you circled the wagons around is inconvenient to you. DJMUEL did not display anything close to leftist values in that video. His trash fire of a video was a shame to anyone claiming to hold leftist values. It was lies, personal squabbles turned into moral issues. Stop coping and admit that you were wrong instead of erasing all of the other people who've come out to talk about this. And by the way, I'm not the only one, just so you know. Even though I literally was the first person to react to DJMUEL's video, I reacted to it before Xander Hall did, because I saw the video, I saw the subject, and I looked at the video and I said, I need to react to this. And so I did, because I had a hunch. I was the first one to react to that. And none of these people ever mentioned me. None of these people with these huge platforms, they pretend like I don't fucking exist. But you know what else? It would be one thing if some of the smaller accounts that reacted to this, they didn't maybe know about. But I was the first one. I am not I'm not a small figure in the online left. I have almost 450 viewers right now. I'm not a small figure. I was the first person to react to it. They don't talk about me. But they also, of course, don't talk about Gallet. They also, of course, don't talk about Cherry. They don't talk about any of the trans people, any of the femmes. They don't talk about any of the people of color. They don't talk about Shark reacting to these sorts of things. They ignore us. They ignore Merrick because Merrick's a woman. They ignore everybody who's not convenient. And they only ever react, interestingly, to Vosh and Xander Hall and sometimes Destiny. It's a little bit weird, honestly, and it's a little bit insulting. It's a bit fucking insulting to see these gigantic video essay streamers circle the wagons and go, oh, the only reason they cared is because, oh, you dared to offend a cis man. That's bullshit. All the people who spoke out about this, the first person to talk about this is a notoriously outspoken lefty trans content creator. Me. Fucking notorious. I am notoriously loud about trans rights. I am notoriously loud about my anarchist positions. But they can't talk about that because instead they're so devoted to protecting their own little in-group, to protecting their own little internal circle, their little online clique. And they have the gall to say that Xander Hall is doing an aesthetic of leftism. One of DJMUEL's main points was that debate bros, and specifically Xander Hall, were just using an aesthetic of leftism when these motherfuckers are deliberately protecting a guy whose video is obviously wrong, they can't even actually defend his video on its own terms. They only have whataboutisms, and in the process, they have to pretend that people like me don't exist. It's so fucking annoying. These people are fucking frauds. I have not been, I don't know. It's so disappointing. It doesn't take much to just say, that guy, that's a fuck up. You know what's funny? It's really funny. All of these video essay perverts out there, they spend all their time talking about how streamers are never wrong and streamers communities will never call them out on shit. Fucking bullshit. Yeah, there's a lot of personalities in streamers. There's a lot of fucking egotistical personalities in streaming, just like in any entertainment industry. But you wanna know what? I've seen streamers get called the fuck out by their communities way more than I've ever seen a video essay pervert fucking admit that somebody did anything wrong. On this stream, and on basically every stream I've ever seen in the sphere of debate, there's constant disagreement. You guys know that some of the moments that I've had the most blowback from have been me disagreeing with people like Vosh. I mean, literally with Vosh, not just people with Vosh, just literally Vosh. I have disagreed with Vosh very openly. The idea that like debate streamers are the ones circling the wagons is absurd. When in front of us, we have witnessed a fucking nobody who made a trash video doing blatant abuse apologia, being a blatant fucking bully, gets an entire sphere of video essay people fucking circling around and doubling down and promoting a video that is just full of lies, just spreading it all over the place. The only fucking reason this video has had any chance at getting the fucking light of day is because there are people sitting out there fucking defending it, even though it's fucking trash. It's trash stylistically, it's trash factually, it's trash morally. Anyway, I get fucking mad about it. I get really fucking mad. And you know what? I'll own this, by the way. I did advocate that DJMUEL should be ousted from online leftist spaces because he should. If your biggest contribution to online left culture is some shitty hit piece where you blatantly lie and engage in blatant abuse apologia, we're not just talking about a little joke here. The guy made a fucking 2-hour video screaming lies about another content creator, verifiable lies, and then just saying that there's nothing wrong with him being abused and that he has mommy issues. Like, what the fuck? Yes, we should oust people who engage like that. We should not give space to that. We should draw a line and say that is not acceptable behavior. Abso-fucking-lutely. Absolutely. But of course, you know, FD Signifier will never respond to me. No responses to my tweet. No response from FD Signifier, even though I was the first person to do a video on this, even though I was the one who brought the most severe critiques against DJMUEL. Nothing. Just ignore. Just ignored. They don't care. How convenient. And I'm used to this sort of shit, by the way. I'm used to being ignored when it's inconvenient. But it especially tends to happen from these SA pervert, wagon circling, back patting, corrupt motherfuckers. I honestly believe that FD didn't even watch the video. I don't think he cares, because I think it's a team sports thing. I think that for people who engage, who act like this online, it's about preserving their clique and nothing else. And keep in mind, those cliques are always really embarrassingly flimsy, because unlike a clique that happens in high school where people have to spend every day together, these are just people milling about in the same vague spaces on the internet. There's no actual real friendship here. It's just, well, it's team sports. Well, you don't like Xander Hall and I don't like Xander Hall, so that means it's okay for you to do whatever the fuck you want. It's got to get under your skin so bad, Demon Mama. You work your ass off in this sphere and they just shove you aside to attack Vosh and Zan. Yeah, it's kind of funny, isn't it? It's not even like they don't need to fucking attack anybody. I don't care. Just give some fucking credit where credit is due, for fuck's sake. Are you fucking kidding me? The one thing that gives me some sense of fucking validation here, the one thing, my consolation prize is the fact that this got 81 retweets and this got 969 likes. So this clearly hit a nerve in our spaces. Clearly, people understand what I'm talking about. But holy shit. Ignoring me because I'm inconvenient is literal transphobia? Yes, it is. It's because they want to have an easy message, which is that debate is all bad because it's white men who do it, etc., etc. They don't want to have to deal with the actual question, which is, hey, if you have a problem with something a specific streamer did, if you have a problem with the structure, articulate that problem. But instead, what they want to do is they want to do the stupid fucking cool tube bullshit. It's embarrassing. It's so fucking embarrassing. It's so bad. Now, there were a lot of very, very, very angry people in my comments. Oh my God. But you guys want to see one that made me fucking happy? You want to see? You want to see something that made me really happy? Do you guys remember fucking Chaos's Mel? Do you remember this fucking pathetic clout leech? Chaos's Mel? You're literally irrelevant to 90% of conversations, but it's funny you think you matter. You're nothing but a clout shark now. It's so funny. Whopping 8 likes, but it's okay. I got my win. I got my fucking 8 likes. Is this the genocide bad? Yeah, this is the person who did blatant genocide denial and blatant genocide apologia on stream. George Lucas ratio. Also, it's extremely funny. It's extremely funny that her response is to say I'm irrelevant when I am the only reason, and I'm gonna say this, I am the only reason anybody even knew that DJMUEL and his trash buddies were pushing this shit out. I am the reason that they knew. I am the reason that anybody else reacted to this shit. So if you want to act like I'm not irrelevant, you might want to make, or that I'm irrelevant, you might want to make a better case than the video that I literally made this side of the internet aware of. Mel is fucking giga cringe. Mel is fucking the definition of irrelevant. Mel literally only bitches on the internet. That's all that she does. She does nothing else. What the fuck is wrong with Mel? Mel has no life, and Mel realizes that she can get like jerk off likes. Actually, honestly, to be fair, none of her tweets actually have likes here. She hasn't even been able to get the jerk off likes from fucking tanky internet, which is sad. But yes, by the way, Mel is an unequivocal genocide apologist. If you don't believe me on that claim, please watch Mel's conversation about the Uyghur genocide with Dylan Burns, in which Mel literally laughs and jokes and hee-hee-ooh-woos and dodges the question and then eventually just does complete apologia for the Uyghur genocide. Yeah, oh yeah, and of course Mel's conversation with Vosh, which was fucking stupid as well. Anyway, all of this ranting and junk food drama stuff is just to say, I see it. I see what happens. I know why I'm ignored. I know why the essay perverts pretend that I don't exist. I know why they don't promote my content. I know why they won't actually address me. They won't argue with me, because what they need to do is they need to erase me. Literally, the fact that I have done that, even though I've literally been openly critical of debate format, even though I literally left the debate scene in favor of doing more personalized one-on-one debates, even though all of those things are true, they do not mention me because it would be inconvenient to their narrative that all debate is stupid and everybody who likes debate streamers is stupid. It is the dumbest fucking, it is the most embarrassing and pathetic, like, Xbox versus PS4 type mentality, except they all do it with this like empowered sense of self-importance. Like, oh, I'm doing Xbox versus PlayStation for leftism. I'm doing anti-capitalist PlayStation versus Xbox. It is turbo-liberal, and it's really funny. It's super fucking funny that it's the turbo-liberalists, and these people are the ones who consider themselves the truest leftist. Everyone else is a leftist in aesthetic only. I'm the real leftist. That's why I, you know, circle the wagons around the guy who made false claims and did abuse apologia against a guy who's very openly a social democrat. It's fucking stupid. But also, it's blackpilling about the way that people behave online. I feel like maybe making an actual essay form segment of this sometime, openly call out some of these types, would maybe do well to get this sort of message out to their circles. Their circles are not interested in actually hearing this. If their circles were interested in hearing any counter message, they would actually engage with the many critiques. And here's the thing, like I said, it would be one thing if like my channel was not the first channel to react to this fucking video. It would be one thing. You know, okay, my channel's not that big. Maybe they didn't know I did a video, but I was the first. And they just pretend like no one except for white men, problematic, toxically masculine white men, ever respond to anything like this. But they don't just ignore mine, they ignore everyone else. Chariot's video is a video essay that very calmly, with no dunks or anything like that, goes through this video. Galley's video has almost no dunks in it whatsoever. It's a very peaceable but firm rejection of DJMUEL's video essay. No one ever fucking mentions that. No one ever fucking talks about it. It just goes to show you, they don't tolerate any counter messaging. Their message is, the line that they are going to toe is all debate bros are cis white guys who are actually secretly white supremacists. And you know what? It's funny because you can see that literally right here. Hold on, let me grab this right here. Where'd it go? Oops, I set it aside. 1 second. It's right here. Here we go. Right here. We scroll right down. Here we go. Right here. The folks weasel word, that orbit in that debate space have some of the worst baggage. Some are still actively harming people in their behavior, let alone the number who are ex-white supremacists. Vague, vague, vague guilt by association. Name it. Call it out. Why don't you address whose video you have an issue with? If you have an issue with Vosh, call out Vosh's video. If you have an issue with one of us, call it out. But instead, they just want to imply that everybody in the debate space are secret ex-white supremacists who don't give a shit about anything. It's a gross weaponization, the laziest weaponization of social justice, of leftism, to try and defend your fucking friend group. It's fucking embarrassing, it's fucking cowardly, and yes, I do agree that that this should not be an acceptable behavior on the left. Is it because Zan used to have an anti-SJW phase? He didn't. Zan never had a public anti-SJW phase. Before Zan was a streamer, Zan was into some alt-right pipeline stuff, and his first big video, the first big video that Zan ever made, was talking about how he got out of the alt-right pipeline and reformed his views. They don't care about that. They just don't like Zan, and they're trying to get other people to not like Zan. Okay, guys, here, let me give you an example of this real quick, okay? Here's a real quick example of this, all right? If I don't like somebody, I'm gonna tell you that I don't like them, and I'm gonna tell you the reasons that I don't like them. And you guys have heard that there are times, I've said this on stream, there are times when somebody I don't like, I just don't get along with them, or I think they're an asshole. And I'll tell you to your face, I think that person's an asshole. I don't get along with them. And that's my reasoning. I don't try to make up something that they did so that everybody on the internet hates them. Unless I think they've done something that justifies people on the internet not liking them. For example, if someone's a Nazi and I have evidence that they're a Nazi, I will tell people, this person's a Nazi, you should avoid them because they're a Nazi. But what they want to do is invent whatever bullshit they can, whatever stretch they can. Sometimes, in this case with DJMUEL, literally lying, literally just making shit up, just to justify damaging and hurting a person they don't like. Where did this massive wave of Zan hatred originate? That was, what was the inciting incident for Thought Slime to kickstart it? Thought Slime is a creepy weirdo who has extremely weird parasocial relationships with anyone that he disagrees with on the internet. Sophie also extremely weird about the way that that she engages with other people on the internet. I don't know. Xander Hall, I think some people perceive Xander Hall as an easier target than Vosh because Xander Hall has a smaller community and Xander Hall's community is not as debate focused as Vosh's is. So they pick on Xander Hall, assuming that, hey, he's an easier target for us. They fixate on Xander Hall because he's young and they think that makes him an easy target, but it doesn't. And they fail. And DJMUEL failed. The only reason that DJMUEL's video has any sort of standing is because of people like FD Signifier fucking going to bat for it, fucking defending him and offering him collaboration. This whole conversation, I know we never even talked about this. This whole conversation started because somebody said, hey, FD Signifier, you probably shouldn't have DJMUEL on your show when DJMUEL is engaging in these types of behaviors. We don't think it's a good idea. And then FD Signifier had a giant fucking meltdown because someone told him that giving a platform to DJMUEL, whose only real claim to fame is making a obviously false fucking abuse apologia video. It's fucking stupid. And it is bullying. I don't care if you don't like Xander Hall. Fucking saying that he was an abuser when you don't have any evidence of that, when you have evidence to the contrary, downplaying the abuse that he experienced, making fun of him for being abused at all, making fun of him getting thousands of dollars stolen from him by somebody he loved and trusted is not okay. That's not fucking leftism. Yes, we did watch the DJMUEL Vosh video. It was stupid, but it was boring. Oh yeah, and you guys want to see the fucking icing on the cake? Here. You guys want the icing on the cake? Here's the fucking icing on the cake. This was what I was gonna show, and thankfully somebody just sent it. I already had this one queued up. Here's DJMUEL's Patreon. Well, here I am 20 days later, and the plan to get more patrons and Twitch support to afford to live from my latest video has failed spectacularly. You're right, it fucking did. You're right, it fucking did. And your video sucked. You failed spectacularly. You failed and your friends have failed. And the only thing I can say, I am only thankful in one way that this video exists, which is that it made it easier for all of you and all of my viewers and all of the viewers of the other people who criticize DJMUEL. It acted like a barium test. It revealed all of the people who are totally willing to look the other way for some skeezy, gnome-looking motherfucker to literally lie about a target they think is okay for bullying. Also, here's a small hint. If you want to be a piece of shit, if you want to be like a piece of shit grifter, you should try grifting to the right, because it's really fucking, as it turns out, lefties are really principle-oriented people, and they're way more likely to not support you if you do something that disagrees with their principles. Now, I'm not saying all lefties have good principles. Some lefties have really stupid fucking principles, but they are more, as a demographic, the left is way more principled. You motherfuckers will cancel your favorite content creators over goddamn anything. With very few exceptions. The left is not where you want to grift for that. Have you noticed that all of the like lefty grifters have now started to have to grift to the right? You know, like Brianna Joy Gray, like Jimmy Dore, because it's hard to make a living grifting anybody on the left. Lefties care about principles. They have to. The left has never been in power in America. So you don't have anything else to ride on. You can't just pander. I mean, you can pander, but you have to pander to the principles. You can't just like say whatever the fuck you want and say the buzzwords. Anyway. Oh yeah, Tulsi is the latest one. Holy shit. Aw, thanks, put the screw in the tuna. There's lots of reasons why people don't like other people's content. There's lots of critiques to go about and blah, blah, blah. But none of that is what's going on here. What's going on in this fucking cringe-ass situation is a bunch of people are circling the wagons around that fucking DJMUEL video. The DJMUEL video, which opens with a fraudulent quote. I don't know how much more fucking specific. I don't know how, not specific. I don't know how much more clear it can get. Has the left ever been in power anywhere? Hard, it depends on what you mean. Tulsi is turning the tides on Arizona congressional race. Yeah, Tulsi is, it's fucking pathetic. Tulsi is embarrassing. Like just going hard right, by the way. Tulsi is swinging so fucking far right. We'll probably talk about that in the future. Like everyone knew she would. Well, she already was. It was so fucking obvious. Hey, I had to dip out for a bit. Does Demon Mama have autism or no? Chat can decide. This will be as reliable. You timing me? Is this a timer? You were timing me? Was I timing myself? Is this is that a speedrun timer? Oh, Jesus Christ. I thought Demon Mama already had autism and was vocal about it. No, I'm neurodivergent. I have ADHD. I'm usually I try to be pretty clear about that, but I know that people call me autistic all the time, so. Yeah, this edit is gonna be a fucking wild stream, okay? Yeah, but this is my speed running. This is me speed running the autism test the second and third and fourth times. All right, everybody. I made a promise that I would not go for too long, and I have already gone for 5 hours. My lovely, lovely imps, there are 436 of you here. If any of you are not yet subscribers, I know you had a good time. Please press subscribe on YouTube and ring the bell. I would love to have you come back. I want to see your lovely faces for all of my other funny, interesting streams that I do, which I do a lot of. I have to stop for tonight because I already went longer than I said I was going to, and I really don't want to injure my back again because I just spent the last 5 days laid up because my back hurt really bad. But I will be back very soon, and I have some real good treats for you in the future, okay? So, my lovely imps, take good care of each other, always raid with love, do not fucking die, and I will see you all very, very soon, okay? Mwah! Mwah! Good night, my lovely imps. Good night. Bye.